order and begin with a roll call to establish our quorum, beginning with Council Member Weinberg.
Weinberg here. Demerel here.
Fiorini here.
Tatayan here.
Thompson here.
We have a quorum. First action item is the adoption of the July 26, 2018 meeting summary. What is your pleasure?
So moved.
Tatayan moves, Weinberg seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Then we shall vote. Weinberg, aye.
Demerel, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Tatayan, aye.
I'll abstain, I wasn't here.
All right. Motion passes with 4 votes and 1 abstention. Next item is file item number 4, the chair's report. I'll begin asking council members if they have anything, any meetings or presentations that they would like to share with the council.
How about vacations?
Well, if you want to make us all jealous, sure. All right. Ken?
I do have an announcement. Supervisor Thompson looks tanned, rested, and relaxed. Yes. So I think we'll see that fade over the course of the day. But actually, I've got a announcement I have to make to my fellow council members, Mr. Chair, and members of the public. As I think you all know, I'm a working water professional. I've been in the business for about 30 years, and these last few years as a consultant. So I've been, throughout the course of my career, a main focus has been on local supply development, recycled water, brackish groundwater, seawater desalination, those types of highly reliable local supplies. And after I left public service, I continued that type of work in the private sector as a consultant. So, Mr. Chair, council members, and members of the public, because of my involvement as a consultant for local water agencies that are developing recycled water and desalination supplies, I've been advised by council to recuse myself from the adjudicatory proceedings related to WaterFix's consistency with the Delta Plan. Additionally, I'll be firewalled from WaterFix related matters throughout the proceedings. So thank you and wish you the best.
All right. With that bit of news, let me move on to items related to the chair's report. I got a text earlier in the week from the daughter of my foreman at Fiorini Ranch who said she was going to do her civic duty and come and attend a meeting. And I was hoping to call her out because many people wonder, how does the farm continue to operate in my absence? Her dad and I are proceeding through our 43rd harvest together. And for a couple of summers when Stephanie was at home from school at Sac State, she pinch hit for me as our forklift driver loading trucks. So I'm sorry that Stephanie isn't here to receive the accolades, but I couldn't help but think of the transition that I have undergone from a farmer to here. I had the opportunity to participate in a tour of Twitchell Island this past Friday that was organized by Campbell Ingram of the Delta Conservancy. Attending that were a group of 3 people from NHA Financial Advisors, a gentleman by the name of Mark Northcross was the lead of that group. They have had recent success in helping design a project in the Bay Area called Resiliency by Design to address climate change, sea level rise. They are a group that helps secure financing to do projects, and they've taken an interest in the Delta. It was an investigatory tour, but I was really impressed with their interest in helping, particularly with land subsidence reversal kinds of projects. Steve Deverell, a scientist that's familiar to many of you, was present and provided a briefing on past practices and efforts. We got to see the experimentation that's taking place on Twitchell Island, and Brian Brock, the DWR lead on Twitchell Island, was there too. So it was a very informative and perhaps hopeful tour that may lead to outside interests in helping to fund some very important projects that the Stewardship Council is very supportive of. Next on my list is to introduce Seth Yund, our executive fellow who is completing his 10th and final month with the council. You've heard from Seth before, and he is going to provide you with a summary report of his activities during his time at the council. As one of his mentors, I just want to, Seth, thank you for your service, your commitment to our agency. It's been a delight to work with you, and we appreciate all that you've contributed. You are an outstanding young man with a bright future ahead of you, and he already has a job in addition to in addition to his continuing education through USC. So, Seth, welcome.
The pleasure's been all mine. Thank you very much, Chair. Chairman Fiorini and council members, thank you for your time. While the Executive Fellowship Program is meant to be the first step in the door of state policy, it's regularly felt to me like a running leap. Coming from a background in biological research and with no experience in the public sector previously, I entered the fellowship hoping to better understand how science informed the creation and implementation of policy. I did not figure that out all out in my 9 months with the council, but I was honored to have the opportunity to learn from some of the best and brightest scientists and policymakers that California has to offer. As I move on, I plan to carry the council's commitment to using best available science, the philosophy of adaptive management, and making work products that are both useful and usable wherever my career may lead. While my first few months at the council were mostly spent reading and getting a handle on the issues surrounding Delta governance, I was also given experiences and work that taught useful skills I've continued to develop over my fellowship. One of my first responsibilities, sitting quietly in high-level meetings, taught me the ebb and flow of conversations and policy settings and how to walk away with a successful end product. Eventually, I used these skills to organize and lead meetings that discussed how specific programs might be able to help achieve shared objectives. Of the projects that involved this kind of outreach, working with Blake Roberts of the Delta Protection Commission to pursue a National Heritage Area designation for the Delta was particularly rewarding. The Delta Plan recommends that Congress designate the Delta as a National Heritage Area to further promote Delta as a place. Over several months, I connected with Senate and congressional offices to learn the progress of bills calling for this designation, then initiated and facilitated a teleconference both with heritage area policy experts and representatives of organizations across the nation also looking to achieve a National Heritage Area designation. Recognizing unprecedented attention to national heritage areas in the Senate, we produced and distributed a letter of joint support to all of our representative senators. In this document, we are asking them to consider the inclusion of our National Heritage Area bills in an upcoming public lands omnibus that will likely go before Congress in November or December. Though the effort to secure NHA designation for the Delta is ongoing and continually unpredictable, this coalition has shown an aptitude for working together and will continue to amplify our capacity to advocate for Delta NHA moving forward. I've also been given the opportunity to conduct research on a topic I found perpetually interesting, the capacity for existing state and NGO programs to fund projects that address subsidence in the Delta. While there is currently no program that directly funds subsidence mitigation projects, existing programs incentivize land uses and practices that do or could address subsidence. After conducting over 30 structured and semi-structured interviews with representatives of these programs and attending 2 workshops that explored restoration opportunities in the Delta, I summarized comments across this outreach for a white paper for staff. In short, I found that the ecological complexity of the region and the bureaucratic complexity of Delta governance creates a strong hesitation to invest funds and efforts despite the recognition that subsidence is an increasingly important issue. While the ecological complexity of the region is bound to remain the same, it was felt that the bureaucratic complexity could be reduced by more effective and specific communication of the types of near-term projects needed to fulfill state priorities. Uncertainty and risk to investment were also cited as a strong contributor to the sense of hesitation, and programs expressed a need to see reduced risk to their investment before they would be willing to provide greater funding for projects in the Delta. As Chairman Fiorini mentioned, I am moving on, but I will not be moving far. After enjoying 2 days of unemployment, I will begin working across the street for the Air Resources Board's Climate Investment Policy section. With a day left in my fellowship, however, I would like to thank the Council, particularly Chairman Fiorini, Executive Director Pearson, and Legislative and Policy Advisor Stanbrough for selecting me as your fellow and providing a challenging yet supportive environment where I can grow personally and professionally. Additionally, thank you for investing in the next generation of policymakers by supporting fellows across programs. The opportunities and insights I have gained from my time thinking and working for the Delta and the state have left lasting, lifelong impression, and I'm happy to know that these kinds of opportunities will continue to be offered to others. Thank you for your time and for the incredible experience.
Any questions of Seth? I mean, this is an opportunity to learn from somebody who has been on the front lines of trying to secure a national heritage designation for the Delta and has worked extensively on land subsidence reversal and has done a remarkable job on both topics. Susan?
Seth, congratulations on your job, and I hope you are wonderfully successful. Thank you for all your hard work for the council. I have a question on the bureaucratic complexities that are a hurdle to increase funding to the subsidence reversal. Could you give us some examples?
Absolutely. While I would like to preface, however, these were interviews, and so these were generally, there's a difference between a scientific study and an aggregation of perspectives. That being said, if you've looked at just the science enterprise, I'm not sure what the technical term is, but the map of all the different networks and just within the science enterprise that Mateo Robbins has prepared, and I know that's been shopped around quite a bit. That kind of complexity was generally considered, when you extrapolate across also the governance as a whole, kind of a little bit unapproachable, and it was difficult to really identify what was going on, what initiatives were happening across the state, and how those priorities were being ranked with respect to near-term investments. Specific NGOs kind of talked about, we would like to put more effort, but we don't know where. We don't know how to designate a specific project here and there. And so that's, while I can't give, I don't want to go deep into specifics, that was the perception. And yes, that was the perception.
No, congratulations, Seth, and we can tell your enthusiasm for the issues. It's just you picked two tough ones, subsidence and getting an act of Congress.
To be fair, Chairman Fiorini gave me the first one, so.
Hey, but so what'd you think of that experience, sort of, trying to get something through? Probably the least scientific process that you could pick, trying to get something through the federal bureaucracy in Congress.
It was difficult. Things were very slow moving. I would say that the unit of time to get an agenda item done was about a month per item, and there were aspects of it that were left me optimistic, and there were aspects of it that definitely did not. But one of the things that I found particularly rewarding was the fact that all of these different heritage area designees were so willing to come together, and somehow we figured out a teleconference time despite everybody being from across the nation, and just talk about the issues, and everybody recognized the importance of it, and they were all incredibly willing to help. So recognition of an issue that just is kind of a win for everybody, and the need to push it forward. On the flip side, NHAs are not a particularly high priority for Congress, and it's amazing that I was given a really fortunate timing with respect to when I was assigned this project, because a lot of these designation bills were packaged into larger legislative vehicles. And so people were thinking about it, or at least we had pointers to be able to point to and say, hey, look, there's a lot of activity going on, so people must be thinking about it, in which case, after that, they thought about it. So figuring out how to navigate navigate an issue that's not a priority was particularly interesting for me. It's obviously a priority for us, but with respect to everything that's going on there, it was definitely challenging and interesting.
It's a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. We try and create a situation where the fellow has an opportunity to work on a project and create a paper that they can carry forward and point to as something that they've done. In Seth's case, he has 2 outstanding pieces of work, and so I hope that serves you well, and don't forget us as you climb the ladder of success.
Well, I'll see the building every day for a while, so.
Good.
Thank you very much for
Thank you. All right, on to file item number 5, the Executive Officer's Report. Jessica Pearson.
Good morning. Since our last meeting, our staff have sent 4 Delta Plan implementation letters, copies of which are in your packet. We sent comments on the Envision Stockton 2040 General Plan Update and Environmental Impact Report. An important aspect of how we implement the Delta Plan is through coordinating with local planning entities. So we're working with staff planners from the city of Stockton because most of the western portion of Stockton's planning area is located within the legal delta and thus subject to state oversight through the Delta Plan. So the letter states that the general plan is generally consistent and points out those areas of alignment, including land use designations and the city's intention to conduct a comprehensive climate change vulnerability assessment, which links to the work that we're doing here at the council. We encourage the city to continue early consultation with council staff to discuss the consistency certification process for their general plan update so that the 2 plans are complementary and serve to protect the delta. We commented on the draft environmental impact report for the proposed City of Antioch brackish water desal project. This covered action has some potential impacts to delta outflow, water quality, and the delta ecosystem. The city was an awardee of $10 million in Prop 1 funds. They are also seeking low-interest financing from the state for their project. We've offered early consultation to discuss how the project can certify consistency with the Delta Plan, and their comment period on their draft EIR closed in mid-August. Next steps will be for them to address public comments and prepare a final EIR on the project, so we'll continue working closely with them. The council provided comments on the initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the Pacific Flyway Center initial study. The Pacific Flyway Center proposed project includes an educational center located in the Sassoon Marsh. It's designed to broaden public awareness of the environmental and societal importance of conserving habitat for migratory birds within the Pacific Flyway. A column in the San Francisco Chronicle once said it was to be like a Monterey Bay aquarium for waterfowl. The approximately 124 acres of the 280-acre site would be enhanced and restored as an outdoor wildlife habitat viewing area. This area, known as Walk in the Marsh, would include creation, restoration, and enhancement of approximately 24 acres of new ponds and wetlands for wildlife. This would also include restoring and enhancing 6.5 acres of existing wetlands and creating some new wetlands by converting upland areas. So we had a number of comments in order to assure consistency with the Delta Plan, and we look forward to continuing to work with those project proponents. Finally, we sent a letter just yesterday to the Bethel Island Municipal Improvement District, who we've been working closely with to encourage their filing of a certificate of consistency for their levee improvement project, which is funded by DWR's multi-benefit project solicitation program. Our partners at the Department of Water Resources are involved as we continue to communicate with the Executive Director of the Improvement District through early consultation. On August 14th, supervising engineer at the council, Andrew Schwartz, presented at a National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine Symposium in Washington, D.C. exploring California's 4th climate assessment and other subnational climate assessments. Andrew collaborated with Dan Kyan, who's a research meteorologist from the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, to present a session titled Changing Precipitation Patterns and Implications for Water Management, in which Andrew presented work that he completed to apply a probabilistic decision scaling approach to analysis of potential drought impacts attributable to climate change on management of the State Water Project. The presentation was well received by attendees, and we're happy to have supported Andrew's efforts to present his work. Update on current covered action certifications. Last I talked to you, the Rush Ranch Tidal Connections Project had filed their certificate of consistency. That review period closed this week on Monday the 20th, and there were no appeals. The Department of Water Resources filed their certificate of consistency for the WaterFix project with the Delta Plan on July 27th, and per statute, the period in which to file appeals closes August 27th, or next Monday. That's a good segue to our legal update.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Chair and council members, council staff have encountered 4 ex parte communications relating to the WaterFix certification of consistency since last month's ex parte notification. Since the appeal deadline has not closed, we do not yet have a service list to which we can issue these disclosures. As a result, the executive officer and I elected to notice the disclosures at this month's meeting to reach as wide a public audience as possible. We have included the disclosures in your binder. We have copies here on the table for the public, and we have also posted them to our website at, as shown on the screen in front of you now, so the public can copy that down. deltacouncil.ca.gov/ex parte communication disclosures regarding California WaterFix, with a bunch of dashes in between. So we'll leave that up for you to catch, and we'll also have a link to it on our website. This is the council's first experience with the ex parte prohibition and its first experience with a covered action of this magnitude. We think that an appeal of the certification is inevitable and have therefore taken on the prohibition before the appeal proceeding is formally begun. It is my sincere hope that this will be the extent of the disclosures that the executive officer and I need to make pursuant to our responsibilities under the Administrative Procedure Act and the council's administrative procedures governing appeals. That said, any future disclosures will be issued through the service list, and all disclosures, including these, will be posted on the council's website in order to reach all interested persons. Let me remind the council and the public that we take the ex parte communication prohibition very seriously here at the council. It is rooted in principles of fairness and due process. The ex parte rules provide transparency, allowing everyone to understand how the council reaches its decisions in adjudicative proceedings. They further ensure that the council reaches its decisions only on the basis of the appropriate evidence under the Delta Reform Act. The appropriate avenue for communication with council members, council staff, and consultants regarding WaterFix is through the appeals process and subsequent public meetings, hearing arguments about those appeals. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. If you have any questions about the ex parte communication prohibition or these disclosures, I'm happy to answer them now.
Questions? None. Next item.
Mr. Chair and council members, I have a request that you adopt amendments to the procedures for Delta Stewardship Council meetings. They were adopted in April of 2010, and as you can imagine, needed some updating and cleanup. We made some key changes that I'll list for you in addition to cleanup and typo changes that update the clerk's responsibilities so that they align with the Bagley-Keene Act requirements. We've proposed to designate the chair as presiding officer for appeals challenging certifications of consistencies with the Delta Plan, and the position of vice chair as an alternative presiding officer in the chair's absence. And I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have. If you have no questions, I respectfully request that you adopt the proposed amendments to the meeting procedures.
This is an action item. Any comments or questions? Thompson moves. Damrell seconds. Discussion on the motion? All right.
Weinberg, aye.
Damrell, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Tatai and I.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on to our legislative report with our Legislative and Policy Advisor, Ryan Stambra.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Should we wait for questions on the previous topics until after the legislative report? I just have a quick question on one
For
of the
items I
comment-
covered. Whatever is the pleasure of the chair.
Yeah,
Fire away.
okay. The City of Antioch project is diverting, it's diverting water from the Delta and
San Joaquin River.
And desalinating it and putting it into groundwater storage, or it's unclear. There's some reference to storage, and then they're discharging the brine back into the San Joaquin River, sounds like.
That's generally my understanding. I don't know if our planning deputy is here and wants to address any more detail than that. Jeff Henderson.
Yes, that's generally correct.
So this is a existing diversion or an additional diversion by
It's an
Antioch?
existing diversion being modified.
Are they desalinating the river water for use? Is that?
That is our understanding.
I mean, that's interesting because then they're going to add concentrated brine back into the river.
Right.
And that could have an effect on water quality.
Antioch is located really closer to the bay than they.
Okay.
It's along the San Joaquin River, but it's
But
at the
it's okay.
confluence.
Yeah.
And
So
and that's because of sea level rise and salinity issues. This is really a forward-looking action that they're taking to desalt brine water to ensure that they have a domestic water supply that will meet their needs in the future.
This is water that's become more brackish.
It's a water
because of
supply.
seawater
Yeah.
intrusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a drinking water
Yeah.
project.
And the discharge is diluted with wastewater. So
Right.
it's not, yeah.
Right, yeah, so I didn't understand,
not
this is sort of
brine.
the brackish interface that's where this is occurring, okay.
About 6 million gallons a day.
Yeah, no, that's significant, you know, as opposed to losing the water supply and having to do something else. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Mr. Chair and members, good morning. Before jumping into my report, I'd like to just echo the chair's comments with regards to our executive fellow Seth Yund. It's been a pleasure as his co-mentor, if you will, working with him, and wish him nothing but the best. So, thank you. August marks the home stretch of the 2017-18 session, with the legislature set to adjourn for the year on August the 31st. With that in mind, the legislature has entered the final phase of the calendar where remaining bills will be deliberated on the floor of both houses in the next 10 days or so. Among those that will be part of this deliberation are the two measures that the council has support positions on, AB 2348 by Assemblymember Aguiar-Curry relating to incentivizing the winter flooding of rice fields, and Assemblymember Frazier's AB 2441, which would help fund the cleanup of commercial abandoned vessels in the Delta. Both bills are currently awaiting consideration on the Senate floor, where if passed, they would then go back to their House of Origin in the Assembly for a concurrence vote. Other bills of note that have also advanced in the process are AB 2470 by Assemblymember Grayson, which would establish an invasive species advisory committee, and AB 2528 by Assemblymember Richard Bloom, which supplements the state's existing climate adaptation strategy to include, among other things, components relating to climate justice and consideration of impacts to recreation and culture, an approach that aligns well with the council's upcoming work on conducting a climate vulnerability assessment for the Delta. Moving on to federal policy, where earlier this month the Department of Interior released a series of regulatory reforms to the Endangered Species Act for public comment. While there are a number of proposed reforms across the three regulatory packages, I'd like to take a minute this morning and highlight some of the more significant aspects. The first proposed change relates to the distinction between endangered and threatened species. Currently, while the Secretary is authorized to issue regulations to protect threatened species, ESA does not impose unique prohibitions to protect such species, as is the case of endangered species, for example, the prohibition on take. However, U.S. Fish and Wildlife has adopted as their default the same suite of prohibitions that are applicable to endangered species. In other words, there has been little practical distinction made between the two classifications in terms of prohibitions. The administration's proposed reform is to reverse the blanket application of endangered species prohibitions to threatened species and authorize the treatment of threatened species on a case-by-case basis. This interpretation would be consistent with the National Marine Fisheries Services and with regards to how they have historically interpreted ESA. The second proposed reform is the designation of critical habitat for listed species. Currently, ESA requires U.S. Fish and Wildlife to identify habitat that is essential to the species' survival unless they determine that a critical habitat designation is not prudent. Further, the Act notes that critical habitat may consist of area that is occupied and unoccupied by the target species. The proposed reform would narrow the opportunity for designation of unoccupied habitat by specifying a suite of factors to be considered, including whether such habitat is essential to a species' survival. Notably, the extent of the service's authority to designate unoccupied critical habitat is also currently at issue in a Supreme Court case. The third reform relates to what factors can serve as the basis for when the service decides whether to list a particular species. Under current law, ESA requires listing decisions to be based solely on the best scientific and commercial data, while economic factors such as the cost of local development opportunity, loss of property value, or expense of mitigation are not considered in the decision-making process. The proposed reform would permit listing decisions to include economic data, which in the judgment of the service may be of interest to the public. And then the fourth reform I'd like to mention this morning pertains to the time horizon that can be considered in listing decisions. ESA defines a threatened species as any species which is likely to become endangered within the foreseeable future throughout all or a significant portion of its range. However, the term foreseeable future is currently not defined, which has resulted in an ongoing debate about the meaning of foreseeable, including whether climate change is a valid part of that consideration. The proposed reform would limit U.S. Fish and Wildlife's consideration to a time horizon in which the service can reasonably determine probable threats to the species. Consequently, this could narrow the focus to impacts that can be reliably predicted when making listing decisions. As previously noted, the publication of the proposed rules start a 60-day public comment period, which will conclude on September the 24th. And then finally this morning, I'd just like to note that two of our council members, Judge Damrell, Vice Chair Tatayan, appeared before the Senate Rules Committee on August 15th, and earlier this week were subsequently confirmed by the full Senate to a second term on the council. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ryan. Was the vote close? Any questions of Ryan? All right. Susan?
The reforms it was Federal Endangered Species Act.
That is correct.
Does the council comment on such matters?
The council certainly could comment on such matters if it were the preference of the body.
Yeah, I would very much like to comment, for the council to comment on the effects of those reforms on the ability to achieve the co-equal goals. And I would be happy to contribute to drafting those comments. The idea that because a habitat is unoccupied, it is no longer necessary as ill-informed. and we have many cases in point in California, such as a bank swallow habitat along the Sacramento River being demolished, and when the bank swallows returned, they had no habitat. So it's, I mean, there are many factors to weigh, but I would very much like the council to comment on the effects that the reforms could have on achieving the co-equal goals.
I think at this point, was it one of the 4 separate reforms has been published in the Register and is ready for comment? Or can you talk to the status of the reforms?
All 3 have been
All 3
published.
have now
So they
been-
were all
okay.
published at the end of July, I believe, and so September 24th is the kind of the deadline across the 3 packages to comment. So what I provided in terms of summary cuts across the 3 packages, but 1 comment letter would be sufficient, is my understanding, for those to provide comment.
So we should direct staff to look into this and work with Vice Chair Tatayan on preparing a comment letter.
Okay.
That's good.
I'll be happy to assist. All right, Judge?
I would be remiss if we didn't thank, at least I didn't thank Ryan for the wise counsel and advice you gave me, and I believe the same would go with Susan during the course of the confirmation process. And I thank you very much, and you should be congratulated for that service you rendered the council.
Certainly, it was my pleasure, Judge, Vice Chair.
Jessica, anything else?
That's all?
Any requests for public comment? No. All right. That concludes file item number 5. On to file item number 6, lead scientist report, Dr. John Callaway.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, council members. I have a few items to present to you, a couple of papers, a summary of a recent brown bag, and an update on the Bay Delta Science Conference. Then we'll hear by the numbers, and we also will hear from Steve Culberson, the lead scientist of the Interagency Ecological Program, with an update on IEP's activities. Before we start, I just wanted to mention it's been a cool week in Sacramento, but last month, July, was actually the hottest month ever recorded in California. So I don't know if you heard that in the news, but it wasn't just the hottest July, it was the hottest month ever recorded. On top of that, I'm sure Ken heard in San Diego, it was the warmest ocean temperatures ever recorded in San Diego. Over 80 degrees, water temperatures. And we've had enormous fires across the state. So I think, considering that endangered species issues, climate change is certainly occurring already, and we do need to think about how those changes are likely to affect endangered species as well as other species. And if you remember from one of the recent papers that we talked about, these extreme events are one of the predictions that are likely to become more common associated with climate change. So I think I just wanted to highlight those current issues. Besides what's in your binder, I also wanted to highlight a few recent items that I think are important for you to know about. So a call for research proposals that we've been working on jointly with CDFW and the Bureau of Reclamation. A draft of that call for proposals has come out, and it's the first time that we've put together a joint call for proposals for research across agencies like that, focusing on Delta science. So thinking about One Delta, One Science, it's actually, I think, a significant step forward in that effort. So the call for proposals is out as a draft now, with an opportunity for the public or anyone to provide public comments before the end of the month, before August 31st. And so if anyone here or else listening is interested to provide comments, you can see our webpage to provide those comments. As part of the call for proposals, there will be $7 million of funding from CDFW, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, for Prop 1 funding. $3 million of funding from the council and the science program, and $2 million of funding from the Bureau. So $12 million of funding for science in the Delta, a significant opportunity. The priorities and areas of interest for the science program in that are based on the work that we've done in the past to identify priorities through the Science Action Agenda. So it's those specific action areas that will be highlighted, or that are highlighted as priorities. And the final proposal will go out the week of September 10th, with proposals due 6 weeks later, sometime in mid to late October. In addition to that, just yesterday, the science plan update that the staff has been working on, and it's really one of the biggest priorities the science program's been working on this year, went out for public comment yesterday. So that will be out for public comment through September 20th. And again, I would encourage anyone to see that there's a summary of the changes as well as the complete changes that are available for public comment there. And then I also want to mention at last month's hearing, we heard about the ISB's, the Independent Science Board's Water Quality Report, and there was a recommendation to think about what kinds of priority activities the science program and the council could work on towards implementing some of their recommendations. So actually staff met with the ISB Water Quality Subcommittee last week, and we don't have any immediate recommendations, but we're working towards that, and the ISB is likely to follow up with a panel discussion in one of their upcoming meetings to get input from the broader community about those priorities.
Can I just add to that?
Yes.
Yeah, so Chair Fiorini, you had asked about, what can we do to move those recommendations in the report forward? And so John's having those conversations on the science side, and then on the planning side, as we look towards our 5-year review, and in which we are mapping out future plan updates, it's certainly a report that would be considered as part of the best available science in updating our water quality chapter, but also potentially in future updates of performance measures. They have a recommendation about improved collaboration among agencies engaged in water quality monitoring. That's something that we're already engaged in to some extent through Operation Baseline and other activities, but also in supporting the ISB's review of the monitoring enterprise. So I think the answer is there are many ways in which the council will be involved in moving forward on their recommendations.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, the reports were so compelling. It seemed like it was a target-rich environment for us. So it's good to know that we're working on all fronts. Thank you.
Sure. And I'll add that report is already the most downloaded report that the ISB has put out. So certainly there's lots of interest in their report and in the issue.
And I think it has a lot to do with the way they formatted the report. It's easy to read, and with the problem statement and the recommendations, I think it makes it a little more compelling than the traditional white paper.
Good. Okay. So with that, I'll move into some of the items that are in your binder. There's 2 papers there that we chose to summarize for you this month. The first is Physical and Biological Responses to Flow in a Tidal Freshwater Slough Complex by Jared Franzich, Ted Summer, and Brian Schreier at the Department of Water Resources. And a slough, so that if you don't know what a slough is, a small channel or creek with and in our sense, it's really focused on tidal areas, so an area that's connection to the tides with that's relatively small and a natural channel. So it's not always necessarily full of water. And these sloughs and actually tidal freshwater areas are not very well studied in the Delta or even in other estuarine systems. Everyone focuses in an estuary on the brackish and saltwater component of the estuary, but the tidal freshwater area, even though it's not salty, the tides are still coming in and out, and so it is a part of the estuary. And so for this work, Jared and his co-authors chose to look at the physical components of that system as well as biological components. They looked at it over 3 years from 2011 to 2014. Some of the physical measurements they looked at were temperature, conductivity or salinity, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, and a few other components. So they were looking at what's the physical characteristics of the water and how does that relate to the biological activity in the systems. And they compared it. They were doing this in Yolo Bypass and Cache Slough, and they compared the data they collected there to data from the IEP in the Sacramento River and in other areas within the Delta. what they found was that within the Yolo bypass and the Cache Slough area, all of those physical conditions are more variable than in the Sacramento River especially. So there's warmer, it's shallower, so it heats up more quickly, more variable water temperature, higher levels of turbidity because it's shallow. Some of the turbidity is actually associated with the phytoplankton that clouds the water. So more variable conditions and also slower water movement. So it creates an opportunity for nutrients to accumulate and for productivity to occur in those shallow water areas. So that is also what they found, much higher levels of biological productivity, 3 to 4 or 5 times as much productivity in terms of the plankton, the phytoplankton in the water in those shallow areas compared to the Sacramento River. And then down the food chain, significantly more zooplankton, up to 5 times higher levels of zooplankton in those shallow water areas compared to the deeper water areas, and different species of zooplankton, of copepods, and actually that some of the species that are preferred as food items for some of the fish in the delta were more abundant in those shallow water areas. So overall, what they found is these shallow water areas do provide an important food web opportunity. And we should really think about how we can do more and more to restore these areas. And I think with the Yolo bypass, it's something that we've been learning more and more about, and this data really just highlights some of the specific differences. Ken, you have a question?
So not just for the food web, but is it also shelter from predators? I mean, kind of.
They didn't look at those issues, but it certainly could be. And I don't know of any specific studies that have looked at that, but that is definitely in other estuarine systems, these shallow water areas. So just in terms of access, creates opportunity for a refuge and for protection.
So in opportunities to prioritize restoration, if you're looking at sloughs, it could be a multi-benefit type of.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I'll move to the second article that was focusing on Chinook salmon. It's survival of juvenile fall-run Chinook salmon through the San Joaquin River Delta. This was done by Rebecca Buchanan and colleagues from, she's from the University of Washington, and colleagues from the Fish and Wildlife Service, Pat Brandis and John Sklasky. And so this report was looking at as young juvenile salmon move from the San Joaquin River through the Delta, what their survival rate is. Overall, what they found was unbelievably low survival rates of those fish. They did this using acoustic tags that we've talked about before that are surgically implanted into the small juvenile fish. They tagged 9,000 fish over a 6-year study, so a really significant effort. These are fish that are about 4 inches long. The tags are just about a ½ inch long and weigh just about 4% of the body mass of the fish. So they did many different evaluations to look at the potential effects of the tagging on the fish, and showed that there were some very slight increases in mortality, but very small. And they were able, with the tags, they're able to follow where the fish are moving, if they're staying in the main stem of the San Joaquin, or if they're moving into Old and Middle River, if they're getting pulled into the pumps and salvaged. And overall, what they found was that survivorship was between 0 and 5% over the 5 years of the study that they looked at. So just the highest rate of survival was 5% of the juveniles moving through, which is way too low of a number to maintain the population, given the other rates of mortality that are going to occur throughout the rest of their life history. Surprisingly, what they found was that the highest survival was for the fish that were pulled into the pumps and salvaged and moved through the delta in trucks rather than actually swam through the delta, which really was very surprising to me, but really highlights that there isn't good habitat, there aren't good opportunities. The fish, as they move through the delta, it takes them about 3 to 5 days to move from the low end of the San Joaquin up to Chips Island as they move out of the delta. 0 to 12 days is the broad range, but on average about 3 to 5 days. So they move through relatively quickly. They also, with these tags, they were able to identify when the fish were preyed upon, because then a juvenile fish is just going to keep moving out of the delta. If they're eaten, the tag will still be monitored at the stations, but the predators are more likely to move back and forth, and they can identify individual tags. So if they see that a tag is moving back and forth, they know that that's actually not a living salmon, it's one that's been preyed upon. And about 20 to 50% of the tag of the counts that they get are actually from predators rather than from juvenile salmon. So it really is a bleak picture of opportunities for salmon. And as they point out at the end of their article in their recommendations, the need for some more restoration and some more refuge areas, like you pointed out, Ken, are really what's needed to provide some higher rates of survivorship through the delta.
John, what would be sort of a healthy survival rate,
Probably somewhere in the order of 30 to 50%. So
Really?
they point out data from the Columbia River, from other systems. They actually also point out on the Sacramento, it's probably more to like 20 to 30% survivorship on the Sacramento. So these are extremely low values.
Somewhat of an, seems rather apropos time to mention this, but it says here that the researchers concluded that increased river flows alone will not be enough to increase juvenile survival, but it doesn't say what it's going to increase survival. Is it habitat?
Yeah, so actually thank you for reminding me of that. So they did point out that most of the years they did the study from 2010 to 2015 were relatively low flow years, but 2011 was a high flow year and still had relatively low survivorship. So that's how they made that conclusion, that flow alone wasn't enough to increase survivorship. And they point out at the end it's a combination of flow along with some improved habitat conditions. Some reduction in predation is likely what would be needed to increase survivorship. Other questions?
Well, I was just going to say, this isn't news. Based on the FERC relicensing studies on the Tuolumne and the Vernalis Adaptive Management Plan and the monitoring, we've known for some time that the survivability of salmon in the San Joaquin system has been very threatened. So it just highlights the importance of the work that we're going to be discussing soon on our ecosystem chapter amendment, because we have the opportunity to address these kinds of issues in a comprehensive way with recommendations that will hopefully guide the kinds of things that, and most recently, Dr. Peter Moyle highlighted 5 different reports, and the conclusion on the one that was dealing with survivability of salmon in the San Joaquin system, the conclusion was we've got to get our arms around developing habitat in the right places to enhance the salmon's ability to survive this. It's kind of sad that the ones that are surviving are the ones that get trapped in the pumps.
Yeah.
And so it suggests that habitat and predation suppression are 2 key elements to helping them along. Predation suppression, as we all know, receives a lot of criticism. If you address one predator, it suggests that others will service. So that's one of the things we're going to have to wrestle with in hopefully a meaningful way to come up with some recommended actions to deal with this. Otherwise, we've got a species that may be on its way out, and unnecessarily so, I think. Thanks for the report. I asked John when I saw this, did you time this to line up with the ecosystem amendment chapter? He said, no, it's just one of the...
was a good, timely article. And actually, Peter Moyle he summarized 5 articles. This one is the first of the 5 that he summarizes in the California Water Blog postings that he does, and so I think it is definitely highly relevant. Any other questions? Okay, so I'll quickly summarize then the brown bag seminar that we had just recently as part of the IEP series of brown bag presentations that are ongoing. This was the second of 3 in a series. It was done by Lauren Damon from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the title was It's Vital, Delta Smelt Reproduction and Resilience. So she focused on the long-term data that she and others at CDFW have been collecting on the Delta smelt, and we know that the challenging situation for Delta smelt. What she highlighted was as they have been monitoring the number of Delta smelt over the last number of years, they also are looking at the condition of those fish and if they are spawning. So the spring Kodiak trawl that IEP supports has been going on since 2002. And fish that are caught there they're identified to see if they are in reproductive state. What they found is that from February to May is the period when the smelt are reproducing. That individual fish produce about 1,000 to 3,000 eggs. From their data, they've been able to show that the larger the fish, the larger the number of eggs that are produced. The smelt can actually lay their eggs up to 3 times. Although they're a very short-lived, so it's unusual for an annual fish. We think of insects or annual plants, but Delta smelt are an annual fish that the population turns over every single year. So their reproduction and the number of eggs that they're producing is really critical. And so the key finding, I think, that they showed was that these bigger fish produce more eggs, and that we need to think about, just like for the salmon, how do we create opportunities to maximize growth and to maximize survival of these fish before they get to spawning age. She didn't look at those habitat issues, but she did highlight that it is overall egg production. Anything we can do to maximize growth and maximize egg production is something that would be beneficial for the Delta smelt. Any questions on that? Okay, so then the last item for me is to update you on the Bay Delta Science Conference that's coming up in just a few weeks, September 10th to 12th. Here in Sacramento at the Convention Center. As you know, it's the biggest science outreach event that we support, and the council and the science program are key supporters. I can't really highlight the people in the science program that are participating, or I'd probably be telling you every single person in the science program. We've been deeply involved in developing the program and overall coordination, in hosting sessions and making presentations. So it's really an enormous effort that comes up every 2 years. The science theme this year is Our Estuary at an Intersection, and the program points out that intersections are decision points or place where crossroads meet. And so the Delta is really an intersection in many, many different ways. It's right at the heart of the estuary, of the intersection of freshwater and saltwater. It's a crossroad in terms of so many different issues that we talk about, from the ecosystem to water to other issues. It's a crossroads in terms of human connections and economic issues, as well as ecosystem issues. So all of those, navigating those intersections really are the challenging issues that we all have to deal with in the Delta. So for this year's conference, there'll be a plenary session on Monday morning. Randy Fiorini will be kicking off and welcoming all of the people that are attendees at the conference. I also will be presenting a plenary on sort of an overview of current and upcoming challenging issues for Delta science and policy issues. There'll be other plenaries focusing on Colorado River adaptive management, on USGS and challenging issues for government science moving into the coming decades, by Mark Sogi from the USGS. A presentation on social science issues and restoration, and a presentation on science communication. So there's been a real effort in this year's planning to move beyond just a focus on science, traditional natural science, incorporate social science and science communication and sort of science policy implications and interface. So there's over 280 oral presentations through over 3 days, with a broad range of topics from fish biology issues like we've been talking about, restoration, climate change, water quality, food web, predation, sediment dynamics, many of the topics that we've been talking about, broad range of presentations. There'll be a poster session over 2 nights with over 150 posters. Strong support for young scientists at the meeting with an early career mentor lunch, awards for the best student papers, and significantly reduced fees for students. So we really want to engage and bring up the young scientists in the area. There'll be a special award, the Browns-Nichols Science Award, that's given out every 2 years to recognize an outstanding contribution for science and management. That will be announced. In addition, there's an art program and a science communication workshop and training. So it's really a great opportunity. I encourage you, if you're interested, to come to at least some of the conference. And those of you who are listening or here watching, I'll remind you that pre-registration closes September 4th. So if you look at the council's webpage, you can get all the information on registration. And Jessica, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I asked staff for a list of some of the, on the planning side, who'd be participating, and I'm not going to read all the details, but I think some of the titles might entice you, or at least give you an idea of the types of specific topics that will be covered and how relevant they are to our work here. So our own Ron Melser, who you'll be hearing a lot from today in the Ecosystem Amendment, is going to moderate a panel on conservation of wetland birds. He'll also be presenting a paper, Restoration Planning for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and Sassoon Marsh, considering the implications of climate and land use change. Stephen Pang, one of our fellows, is going to moderate the Science on Salmonids session. And we've got a number of posters, like John said, all across the agency, and they have very clever titles, like Swiss Army Performance Measures, how the Delta Plan uses a suite of performance measures to track the California Delta, and Choose Your Own Delta Restoration, an interactive look at future Delta landscapes for restoration scenario planning. So I really hope that you'll be able to attend part, if not all, of the conference. It's a great, well-attended event.
Great.
I echo that. You should all plan to spend a good amount of time there. There's so many worthwhile presentations and panels and that really benefit the work and improving our knowledge to make better decisions here.
Great. That's the end of my report, and I'll ask Amanda Wasserman to come up and give by the numbers.
Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning, Chair Fiorini and council members. Thanks, John. So let's take a look at some highlights from the numbers this month. Get my little pointer here. Not on? There we go. Okay. So this is now the second month in a row that we've reported water temperatures instead of snowpack. And again, temperatures are all similar to the averages for the last 7 to 10 years or so. Moving along to reservoir storage, both the Shasta and San Luis reservoirs are around their average storages for this time of year, while Oroville continues to be lower than average. And finally, here we have flow. The flow of the San Joaquin River remains considerably below average for this time of year. This month for the water projects, we saw stabilization back to average diversions after below average flows in both June and July. And lastly, I'd like to talk for a minute about the Sacramento River flow data here. Our normal sampling station, which is a station called Freeport, if you recall, which is located just south of Sacramento, has apparently been down for the past few weeks, and so has not been reporting data as usual. We are unsure of why this is, but it's a good reminder that sometimes these things do happen, and we try our best to work around it. So the nearest station to Freeport we could find that records flow in the same way is a station called Verona. And this station is actually upriver from Sacramento, around where the Feather River meets up with the Sacramento River. So while this shouldn't be taken as a direct comparison, we can use it to at least get an idea of what the flow is like in the Sacramento this month compared to previous months. So flow at both stations was similar last month. So we can assume, with caution, of course, that they would have also been kind of similar this month. So if that's all true, we did see an increase in average flow this month. And since we've had no additional precipitation, this increase must be due to reservoir releases, which of course are supporting the increase in total diversion from the water projects. So on to page 2 of your handout. Today I'll be briefly going over the results of the 2018 California Waterfowl Breeding Population Survey, which is conducted by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. This is an annual survey that's been running since 1992 and occurs each spring, typically in April and May. Its purpose is to estimate waterfowl populations in major areas of the state in order to inform management, and it has been an integral part in informing the management of waterfowl harvest in the Pacific Flyway. So as you can see on this map on the right here, the majority of surveying takes place in the Central Valley and includes the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. 16 species of ducks were counted in total, as well as geese, coots, and cranes, with highest numbers observed of mallards and gadwalls, which is another species of duck. While the survey takes place throughout the state, it's directly relevant to the Delta and Sassoon Marsh, as the harvest of waterfowl is a significant part of the Delta community and culture, an example being the numerous duck clubs found throughout the region. So in total, the breeding population of ducks increased 39% from 2017 and is now near the long-term average. Mallards, which is the most abundant species of waterfowl in California, increased 38% from 2017, but are still well below the long-term average. Sustainable land management by duck clubs in the Delta, Sassoon, and elsewhere could be one reason why waterfowl numbers have increased this year. However, it should be noted that these are migratory species, and thus their populations are reflective of conditions across a broad geographic range. So thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Amanda? No. Oh, yes, Ken.
Actually, really good report, Amanda. Maybe I missed it. The low flow on the San Joaquin, was that part of the monitoring problem, or is that just we're seeing really low flows?
That is just we're seeing low flows, correct.
I just wanted to tie this back to John, your report on the fall run, and there's been restrictions in place to protect the fall run, and for quite a while.
Yes.
And now just sort of connecting the dots, just the management of flow has proven not a stretch to say completely ineffective.
Well, but as we saw, I think flow is definitely one piece of it, but flow alone isn't the only driving factor. But
yeah, but that's pretty. The fact that this has long been a restriction on pumping to protect the fall run salmon, and that. Yeah.
The migratory timing of fall Chinook salmon ends in June.
Yeah.
So there's essentially no salmon being supported by those flows at this time. And I would suspect that the low number has a lot to do with riparian pumping below the districts, because that number is less than the required in-stream flows for the Merced, Tuolumne, and Stanislaus rivers combined. So there's other factors, but in terms of support of fall run Chinook salmon, this is not a critical month.
No. I was just looking overall, just that 0 to 5% survival rate. Mm-hmm. Just reinforces that flow alone. It's just not doing it, even close.
Definitely.
Any other questions? Okay. Any requests for public comment?
Actually, so Steve Culberson is part of my
Excuse me.
my agenda item. So
Sorry, Steve.
don't want to cut off Steve, so thank you, Amanda. And Steve is the lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program and was here earlier in the year to give you an update and is back to give you another update on what current issues for IEP.
Yes. Well, thank you, Chairperson Fiorini, and good to see council members again. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be back in front of you, so I welcome the opportunity to represent the IEP. I do want to recall our discussion in January. We began trying to dissect some of the issues involved in bringing what I call information from the boats to the boardroom, sort of what is IEP's role in informing policy. And there were significant questions about that, and I get those a lot at IEP, and so part of my responsibility here to you is to be as clear as I can about how that information flow goes and what our role in moving that information from those boats to you is. I did want to point out in the staff report, I hope I can cover 3 things today, and so if you don't mind, unless there's serious objection to how this is going, I've only got 8 slides. It should take maybe 8 or 10 minutes to get through them. So if we could just go through my narrative, maybe that would help us arrive at an understanding, and then we'd have plenty of time for questions afterward. If you
Steve, I think it's an excellent suggestion to allow you to finish your presentation before we ask any questions, and I will enforce that.
All right, thank you, Chair. It actually is a pet peeve of mine that we interrupt people's narratives before they've had a chance to tell you what is really on their minds. And anyway, but I hope I do cover 3 things, and they were identified in the staff report. What do IEP surveys collect? Where does this data go? And is compliance the only use of this information? And I'm only going to touch briefly on these items, but I think they're key to the message that I'm trying to give to you today. And as I say, I welcome the opportunity to try to improve the fidelity of the message and of the information stream that we are out there doing for you. So prior to endangered species listings, the Interagency Ecological Program was formed to collect information regarding the impact of water diversion operations on the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary, including water quality, quantity, biological resources, and that includes plankton, native fish, sport fish, and near aquatic species. With the addition of listed species and ESA regulations, specifically in our current conversations, smelts and salmonids, IEP surveys provide input to fish abundance indexes, and they have become an important additional program mandate for the IEP. And in some ways, the IEP survey indexes have become synonymous with water resource regulation and state and federal water policy conversations. We constantly struggle with programmatic balance between the need to supply regulatory informative data and ecologically relevant information and providing proper context for water supply reliability and ecosystem support and maintenance. And I think it's been made reference to a couple times here, but following the discussion that we had in January, the science program and others, Delta council staff, have tried to improve via the brown bags and some information items that have been brought to you in the intervening months, pointing out how that data moves. And so I'm hoping that this will prove to be part of that same piece. So if we can go to I guess I have to click this, right? To the first slide, I'll save you the original organizational slide that I used last time and hopefully make use of a simplified version and simply say that without going into all of those details, which are considerable, IEP is organized into 4 main elements. Primarily by function and via institutional responsibility. At the bottom of the pyramid is our project work teams. These are public-facing, inclusive working groups that coalesce on particular common subjects of interest. The second layer up from the bottom, the science management teams. This provides agency-designated expertise and technical support to the monitoring and science work plan element development that are part of our annual plans. The third level up from the bottom, the agency coordinators. This provides program support, frontline agency decision-making, and policy consistency. And then the final element at the top, the agency direction and agency directors who approve activities, funding, and overarching program direction. So that's just by way of background. Before I show you the next slide, it was a little tough to try and figure out how to get this in front of you in a meaningful way, and I struggle not only in this venue but in pretty much every venue, just how to convey the depth and breadth of information that the IEP collects in a given year and what we are responsible for, either via agency mandates or because we've entered into contracts to try and provide this information outside of the regulatory framework. And so what I've got for you is, reluctantly, a screenshot of a web portal that displays IEP data. I'll bring it up for you in a moment. And I'm going to attempt to sort of scroll through it. And as your eye goes down this list in the first instance of 18 elements, I hope it will illustrate for you at least some example information that we collect. And at this point, I'm not sure, is there a PDF that I can bring up outside of this information that I can scroll through? So this is, if you were to click on the correct URL on the web, you would find this. This is the Interagency Ecological Program Data and Metadata Portal. And if we scroll through slowly, certainly through the first 18 elements, you'll get a sense by looking at the program titles on the left-hand side, sort of some of the familiar and maybe not so familiar data collection surveys that we participate in. So there's the Fall Midwater Trawl, the Summer Tow-Nut Survey, and we can continue. Again, this is meant to give you an impression of what these surveys are. The Knight's Landing, juvenile salmon fish traps, for example, the Spring Kodiak Trawl that were mentioned earlier today, some sturgeon recovery efforts, YOLO bypass fisheries, which we heard about a report on today, and on through the list. And I didn't know of a better way to give you a sense of the kinds of information that we collect and the like I said, the width and depth, the breadth and depth of what it is IEP is responsible for in its regulatory and associated data collection responsibilities. So thank you for making that PDF available. We can go to slide number 3. So as soon as I show you all of that, and perhaps a little overwhelmingly so, you wonder how all that gets done. I think it's a pretty considerable list of things. I wanted to bring up these photographs as a reminder to characterize for you that all of that takes real people, real equipment, real boats, real nets, and we catch real critters in the environment. And these images are meant to help convey the hundreds of hours, dozens of people, and thousands of dollars spent each month collecting the data necessary to develop an informed sense of what's happening with the biological resources in the Bay Delta estuary. There are crews that spend each day, well, 5 days a week, maybe sometimes 6, retrieving nets and sensors to collect the samples of the critters, the fish, the invertebrates, the plankton that inhabit these aquatic environments. When those samples come on board, they're cataloged with associated environmental data that helps us understand the conditions in which they were captured. Specimens are measured and described so that what's captured can be compared effectively with other samples from other years and from other places within the Delta and the supplying watersheds. Many samples cannot be effectively identified or counted on board the survey vessels. So I call your attention to the upper right hand. These are zooplankton samples that are brought in and painstakingly counted under a microscope, taking anywhere from 4 to 8 hours. That's for an experienced technician to look through and count. And then they must, these laboratory processes, as we encounter every year, depending on how many we're asked to collect, that process can add hours, days, and weeks to the data collection timeline, and it does affect our ability to quickly understand what has been caught during the survey trawls. In some cases, weeks, and I mean weeks, of diligent effort by analytical and synthesis-oriented scientists are necessary before we can begin to understand what we've caught and why it was, where it was, when we caught it. So once the survey data is gathered and quality controlled and quality assured and vetted by survey and by program experts within the responsible agencies, the journey of the data towards information and policy making can continue. I wanted to call up 2 examples of how that data is sort of introduced into the agency regulatory discussions that we're all perhaps somewhat familiar with. And I take one example from the Delta operations for salmon and sturgeon, or DOS as it's known, and one from the Smelt Working Group, or the SWG as it's known. And this really is where I think the transition from data to policy begins. And I think if I remember, Chairman Fiorini, I think this was the heart of what Councilmember Johnston's requests for more information were last time. Sort of how does that actually go, and where does that actually occur? And IEP supplies a lot of that data. We consider ourselves data gatherers and data interpreters, but I would emphasize that we have significant help for moving that information to the regulatory world. And I would argue that that's not really the mandate of the IEP science portion of our tasks. Now, IEP scientists, because they're employed in agencies where this movement to regulatory processes occurs, are frequently involved and should be. But I'm not exactly clear that that's our responsibility, and I would argue that it's actually not. We like to inform those discussions, but I don't think it would be accurate to suggest that that's our role in this process. Let's see. So these two working groups facilitate discussions about what the data means. At this point, IEP data gathering and analysis can be seen to end, as I've intimated, and interpretation and recommendations can be seen to begin. However, it has been difficult to discern where this data collection exercise ends and the interpretation and policy making begins. I mean, that's kind of what makes my day interesting on an ongoing basis. I have been at pains to try and make it clear that the collection, analysis, and preliminary interpretation of the collected survey data is the stuff of the IEP science management team, that next to the bottom layer of organization that I displayed in the second slide. But the subsequent regulatory findings is within the responsibility of the regulatory agencies, with input from the science management team and from the IEP coordinators. There has to be a discussion there, but I want to make it clear that the IEP is not explicitly involved in the effort of policy making, even if IEP member agencies have that responsibility. Regulatory decisions rest with the services and the water board. The IEP itself plays no such regulatory role, although, as I've mentioned, IEP scientists should be integral to those conversations and discussions about what those decisions might mean. I wanted to move quickly to an example of if you're involved in receiving these data streams, what that might look like. And this is only one of several examples I could easily put my hands on, but this happens all the time. In front of you is an example of a Delta Smelt Summer Townet Index. There's a map on the bottom showing the location of the stations that are used to form the index. The long-term index itself is displayed in the top horizontal box running from, I think, 1956 or so, 58, through the most recent survey, 1918. And then the inset on the upper right within that horizontal box are the most recent years because, as you will undoubtedly discern, it's very difficult to see those numbers on the scale of that we use to look at numbers, say, prior to 2000 or 1995. So in order to facilitate discussions about where those numbers actually are, we have to do that inset and make it a little more visually discernible. So IEP data is collected to establish various indexes, and I would note that we support dozens of fish and invertebrate indexes throughout the year and across many surveys. You saw, I think, 18 of them listed. This is one such survey, and it amounts to a status and trends picture of organisms identified. So this is useful when assessing the broad effects of our water management actions in the estuary. But I would offer it's not sufficient to know only what is displayed here to make informed policy choices regarding ecosystem management and species-specific performance. There are many other factors that impinge on the indexes and are but mere glimpses into the rich ecological tapestry that together create the Bay Delta. IEP scientific and programmatic expertise is used to enrich what, in the end, is a fairly simple-minded approach to gauging estuary function. But it is an available regulatory mechanism for so doing, and one I think the IEP knows well how to do. So I guess I may have hinted that I think the Delta status and trends indexes are useful, but perhaps not sufficient for broader estuarine understanding. And I would assert that if we allow ourselves to be informed by more than what is just the regulatory required suite of data and information, and if we avail ourselves of additional data collection and coordination including the basic status and trends data, a much broader and emergent picture of what estuaries do and how they function becomes available to our understanding. And this is especially true if we are willing to support proper synthesis and analytical exploration by our science partners and agency scientists. And I use this as a favorite example from one of our esteemed colleagues, Dr. Jim Klern at the U.S. Geological Survey in Menlo Park. And I hope Jim will approve of my interpretation here. Any mistakes I make are mine and certainly not his. He doesn't make too many mistakes. In this case, Dr. Klern and colleagues were able to demonstrate that patterns of variability in several key species and taxa across a fairly wide stretch of habitats in the lower estuary and coastal Pacific Ocean responded to seemingly unrelated and distant regional or global ocean conditions. This effect was seen across decades and many miles of very dynamic habitat. And this amounts to what I would call, if you step back and actually look for something, you might see the forest instead of just the trees. So a little bit of an explanation here, and this figure is far too detailed and complicated to go in, but I wanted to give Jim's effort credit here. He was looking for what it is that can be seen to force, or what it is that can be seen to be correlated with changes in species communities within the delta, the bay, and in the coastal ocean. And in this case, I take one example. So this is the panel B on the upper right. It's demersal fish, or a suite of fish that are associated with the bottom. And he correlates that or displays that in tandem with sea surface temperatures collected in the Gulf of the Farallones. So, you know, it was something of an eye-opener, and this paper was published in 2010, that things that were going on in the Gulf of the Farallones, sea surface temperatures, actually had an impact on what the performance of ecological resources within the Bay Delta were doing. And I think it's easy for us to think, again, hearkening back to the conversations we had earlier this morning about the performance of salmon. Well, you know, we can have a certain characteristics of conditions in, you know, the Bay Delta estuary for young salmon, but then there's this whole notion that they spend 2 or 3 years in the coastal ocean, and that may be, you know, driven by a set of things that perhaps we don't collect information on here in the Delta. And I think this is one of the points of Dr. Klern's paper, is that there's an ecological context within which any species performance needs to be considered and shouldn't be expected to be totally understood if it's dissected away from its consistent ecological components. We can come back to that. Finally then, what started out as data collection. No, let's see. I'm sorry. Let me go back one and just finish this slide. So we have additional examples of this phenomenon from the IEP world, notably the pelagic organism decline that we've documented in 2007, the update of the Delta Smelt Life Cycle Conceptual Model in 2015, and we're searching for similar emergent understanding when reflecting on the multiple years of drought and intervening wet years, the so-called Drought Resiliency Synthesis Team that's working now, and when we try to understand the effects of different treatment methods and responses to control programs for example, aquatic vegetation management in the Delta, we have to remember that these all occur in a larger ecological context. So now, lastly, what started out then as a simple data collection exercise on a specific boat looking for a specific fish can then be seen to lead to a very broad understanding of what we're trying to manage in the Delta as an estuary or as an element in the estuary, and important connections to the broader estuary and coastal ocean, and that those basic status and trends can result in understanding that might cause us to rethink our original aims and our original purpose and management focus. The IEP sits firmly astride all of what I've tried to describe here today, but our role might not necessarily be what you might have thought as we began this discussion last January. IEP science is, I would argue, world-class science, and we think we can do it as we move into the future. But we need to understand that the different roles that scientists and policymakers play in this science management enterprise, and that there are very important communications and conversations that we need to have, and we should be encouraging and supportive as we evolve our science policy and policy making. And then lastly, I'll conclude just to put a firm point on it, I hope, with the mission statement of the IEP, and I hope this will underscore the data collection responsibilities that I think is firmly in our role. And the mission statement of the IEP reads fairly simply, the mission of the IEP is to provide and integrate relevant and timely ecological information for the management of the Bay Delta ecosystem and the water that flows through it. This is accomplished through collaborative and scientifically sound monitoring, research, modeling, and synthesis efforts for various aspects of the aquatic ecosystem. The IEP addresses high-priority management and policy science needs to meet purposes and fulfill responsibilities under state and federal regulatory requirements. The IEP relies upon multidisciplinary teams of agency, academic, non-governmental agencies, and other scientists to accomplish this mission. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude my remarks and would certainly entertain questions should you have them.
Steve, good job. And you certainly answered a lot of questions that were posed in January. Questions, comments? Ken?
Thank you, Steve. No, I'm glad you came back. It's good to see you. Yeah, you really started something in January, but I'm glad you got through all your slides, but I can't tell you how many times I, in front of boards and councils, couldn't get off the first slide. So it's a hazard of the job. But when you were here in January, I think what we wound up trying to do is make you and the IEP the decision makers, because it was like, well, who is going to do something here? And I'm glad you kind of answered that and cleared that up, because Mr. Chair, I'd go back to last month with CSAP, and I think what we're getting an idea of is, I think we were almost like, well, is CSAP the decision maker? And no, CSAP to me was more of stakeholder involvement on the part of the policymakers, who is a very small group and not traditional policymakers. It's the regulatory agencies, and very much action, on species management is permit driven. And you're developing information that's used in a process like CSAMP, where the wildlife agencies and the State Water Board are sitting down there with the permit holders and all the stakeholders. So I think, maybe in January it was like, well, who is actually going to do something and make a decision? And I don't know, maybe I'm setting up staff for the item 7, but it's because it's been a permit-driven process, we've been very much focused on single species. And we're pushing to get broader in that scope, but I think we're still in an environment where the decision makers are the permitting agencies for the most part, and if not all. And so, I don't know, I'm looking forward to discussion on the ecosystem amendment, and also, appreciate clarifying that you and the IEP are not the decision makers, and you're just part of what's a bigger process.
Yeah, I very much appreciate your comments, Ken, and agree with your perception. One of the things I would emphasize is that I think we're learning very much so with more close involvement. I know for me with the Stewardship Council, but IEP in general, with the regulatory entities in general, as we have more discussions and more routine connections with each other and sit in the same rooms and talk about the same issues, the information stream improves, and I think we find out that there's a better way that we might be approaching some of these problems, and I think we're experiencing that realization now. So your comments fit very well with my experience.
No, thank you. And maybe one last comment is that we're hearing more about governance and how do we make decisions and how do things get implemented. And I think our experience in understanding this better really, it kind of helps us understand why we're starting to hear that externally from people like, the PPIC and others in the science community about governance, because it's just not clear, and our goals seem to be much broader than just what traditionally has been a permit-driven approach to to ecosystem restoration and management. So looking forward to the ecosystem amendment discussion.
Susan?
Hi, Steve. Thank you for coming back and clarifying a few things. I know Senator Johnston had some tough questions for you, so thank you for coming back.
It's all a pleasure. The fact that we're talking is a victory for me.
Have you ever been dismayed with what was done by either the regulatory agencies or the water operators with the information that IEP gave those agencies?
That's a pretty provocative way to start a question.
By the way, you're Senator Johnston, welcome.
I wonder if his ears were as red as mine are right now.
Patrick, I was going to take a clip of the video clip and send it to you, but now I don't have to. Welcome.
I don't think dismay is the right term. I often have wished that the discussions had been more informed. I think there's a broader suite of things that can impinge on these discussions and would be helpful. I understand, having worked for regulatory agencies in the past, that they sometimes have to be very focused in order to make, very specific decisions, because that is, in fact, their mandate. But as a working scientist in an estuary like ours, that's, as any estuary, very dynamic and changing over time, and someone who's been schooled to understand that, what we found is not necessarily what will be or what has been, you have to be incorporative of changing information. And I'm wondering if via the governance discussions that it sounds like we're all about to have, we can set up more dynamic information acquisition systems, which would reflect the complexity of the information we're actually collecting. Because I think that's where I see some of the difficulties. We have these very simple ways that we think we should understand things, when in fact they're much more complicated than we set out to understand.
So on that note, one thing that I'm learning is that the Delta ecosystem, the whole system, the water system, the ecosystem, the governance system, it's all quite dynamic. And when you have such a complex system that is so incredibly dynamic, my naive view that you could learn from the past, use the information that you've gathered in order to predict what a particular action would actually cause, is probably an unrealistic expectation. Would you be confident?
It helped. So I'm a little bit of a student of ecology, so I won't go too much into this. But yeah, I mean, that's certainly the supposition upon which you build statistical models. Mm-hmm. But I think what we find in ecology, certainly modern ecology now, that we've been at it for 120 years or so in a formal way, is that in fact the system is changing outside of the parameters under which we collected the original information. And so now you have to question whether that information, which was collected 20, 40 years ago, is still relevant given the current context. And I think one of the challenges of climate change and its implications is, what used to be extreme is now maybe more normal. And so you have to sort of reset your expectations. And if you're restricted to traditional frequentist analysis that is, driven by, simple traditional statistics, you're going to lose your ability to forecast. So you have to come up with other ways to do that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So for some of you who weren't here in January, and we've referred to that meeting, Steve provides regular updates on EP activities, and the report in January to the council led to a number of questions about how much money is IEP using and what are we getting for that, and there was sort of an impression that for all of that money we should have information that decision makers can use. What it caused us to realize is that we needed to do a better job at the council of describing all of the steps along the continuum from collecting the data to actually putting it into a form that decision makers can use. So we have had a series of presentations over the last several council meetings along that continuum from data collection, IEP, to decision making, actual decisions related to the activities for water and environment that touch the Delta. So it's been that discussion in January triggered some really good information, and if those of you have any interest in it, you can click on to our archived webcasts and pull up those conversations. So, Steve, we credit you for triggering that helping the council to provide a service to the community describing data collection to decision making. Thanks for coming today.
Thanks for letting me be of service.
Yeah. Is there any request for public comment? Anything else, John?
That concludes our presentations.
All right. So the next item on the agenda is a workshop. I'm going to recommend we take about an 8-minute recess and return for file item number 7 at 10 minutes to 11. So. You can find your seat. We shall resume. Okay, welcome back. We are now taking up file item number 7, which is a workshop scheduled to begin at 10:30. So we're only 20 minutes late. That's pretty good as things go. This is a discussion in support of our ecosystem amendment. And Jessica, would you like to add
I'm going to
introductory comments?
Kick us off here. So thank you. I wanted to start off by kind of giving a little bit of context before we get into quite a bit of detail. The Delta Reform Act, our authorizing legislation, provides, as you know, a range of guidance to the council regarding goals and strategies that were required to become part of the Delta Plan. Arguably, the law was most specific when it came to guidance on the ecosystem. So as you well remember, for conveyance, we got this vague promote options language in the law. For the ecosystem, we got 5 detailed characteristics, 6 specific subgoals and strategies, a definition for restoration, and more. And actually, the relevant legislation can be found in a handy reference guide that's at the beginning of Chapter 4. So I recommend that you take a look at that and refresh your memory with what the Authorizing Act told us to do. So that's on page 117 of the current Delta Plan. So in 2013, based on this legislative guidance and our then understanding of the stressors and opportunities for a healthy Delta ecosystem, we set forth a vision. There's a vision, in fact, in every major chapter. This ecosystem vision is described starting on page 119 of the Delta Plan's Chapter 4, but it's also summarized in a paragraph in a box on page 120. And I'm going to read it. Achieving the co-equal goal of ecosystem protection, restoration, and enhancement means successfully establishing a resilient, functioning estuary and surrounding terrestrial landscape capable of supporting viable populations of native, resident, and migratory species with diverse and biologically appropriate habitats, functional corridors, and ecosystem processes. In reviewing Chapter 4 and the best available science in the synthesis papers that we're relying upon, we feel strongly that the vision continues to be relevant. The core strategies included in Chapter 4 for how the vision should be achieved are also still relevant. However, as we'll get into especially later in the afternoon and a bit this morning, we'll be recommending some changes for your consideration to the mechanisms that we use to achieve the vision. So the timing for this amendment, covered actions notwithstanding, is very opportunistic. A fair amount of bond dollars are available for restoration projects across the state and in the Delta, and more may be on the way. Organizations such as the San Francisco Estuary Institute have published seminal works detailing how restoration can be implemented in the Delta to achieve maximum benefit for the ecosystem, with considerable useful detail for practitioners since 2013. Our understanding of climate impacts, and in particular sea level rise on the Delta's landscape, has improved. California Department of Fish and Wildlife recently undertook the development of a conservation framework for the Delta that received heavy input from Delta stakeholders, and we were able to rely on that work. The Conservancy is leading important regional discussions to better understand where the opportunities and barriers are on the ground for Delta restoration. And the Brown administration is coming to an end, and along with it, the future of the Eco-Restore program and the ecosystem elements of the California Water Action Plan are a bit uncertain. Many are in search of next steps, and this is exactly where renewed guidance from the Council comes into play. So I'm really excited about the team that we have working on this, some really impressive talent, and the expertise of our consultant support, and I trust that you have a thought-provoking and informative discussion to look forward to today. And with that, I will turn it over to Ron Melser and Jessica Law.
Welcome, and Stephanie, there's a seat in the front row.
Good morning, Chair Fiorini, council members. We have an ambitious agenda for you today, and so I'm going to step through a few remarks and a series of slides briefly to introduce today's presentations. So I think a fundamental goal of our presentation today is to provide a foundation through a series of information-rich presentations this morning. And that foundation is intended to inform discussions around the policies, recommendations, and priorities in the afternoon session. We also have a...
Ron,
sorry.
let me interrupt. Because this is such a rich presentation, it will trigger a lot of questions. I'm going to encourage my colleagues just to make notes of questions and allow each of the presenters to finish before we engage in the Q&A, because we could be here all day if we don't manage this well. So if that's okay with you, that's how I'd like to proceed.
That works.
Okay.
Thank you. So we also, in addition to the proposed content for the draft amendment, have a series of overarching policy questions that we'd like to put out there. Jessica will step through those in a few minutes. So a few caveats. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that this is draft content, that we really are trying to initiate discussion and receive feedback both from council and from the public on the direction that we're taking. It's complicated, and the body of work in its entirety is quite large, and so today we're just stepping through a component of the work that we're undertaking. Jessica will also clarify that visually in a few slides. And one key need that we're triangulating on is trying to hit the right level of detail with the content that we're developing so that it's useful in providing transparency and guidance and interagency alignment, and at the same time not adding additional hurdles or going too deep into issues. So please spend some time thinking about that as we discuss these items. And the last thing I'll mention is that we're focused on assessing many drivers on the landscape, so climate and the trajectories of vegetation, but also economics, environmental policy, some of the permitting changes that were brought up today. So again, this is just complicated. We will be returning next month and the following month, time permitting, to get into some of the details around other parts of the amendment. So I'll step through these rather quickly so we can get on to the presentation. Most of these slides you've seen before. The amendment process in its entirety, I just wanted to make note that it's involved outreach and coordination. Last month we detailed out those items. The generation of the synthesis papers, review from an interagency committee, stakeholders and the ISB, and then technical analyses, some of which you'll hear about today. And all of this has been informing our generation of today's materials. Just a quick check-in on the estuary itself. I think we talked, or it was discussed earlier today. We really have an estuary that's been impacted. The ecological space on the landscape has been greatly reduced. So native vegetation reduced. The connections between floodplain, marsh plain, and the waterways has been greatly reduced, and these have obvious impacts on the function of the ecosystem and the ability of that ecosystem to support species. And so without establishing some of that ecological space on the landscape, we really will have a hard time managing species populations, and this will be a focus of a lot of the topics that we'll discuss regarding the refinements to the current chapter. This supports those statements, just a shift in fundamental ecological processes such as the food web. One analysis that we undertook over the past year was a review of the last 20 years of restoration projects and conservation projects on the Delta landscape using the Eco-Atlas data set. And a few takeaways from that were that many projects are implemented for various reasons, whether it's mitigation or green infrastructure. A limited number of projects were really focused on the restoration of ecological process and true process-based restoration. We'll talk more in detail about that a little bit later. The other finding that I thought was important was that so we have a landscape that's dominated by agriculture in terms of land use. More than 70% of the conservation lands that are identified in the Eco-Atlas are currently in agricultural production. And so even the restoration efforts that have been undertaken, there hasn't been a significant shift in the change in land use on those parcels. And so to our earlier discussion around flows versus generation of habitat on the landscape, we really need to focus on prioritizing specific actions that elevate ecological function. We'll unpack that more today. Delta Reform Act, these are the specific target characteristics, strategies to achieve those characteristics. This is the guidance that Jessica mentioned earlier. The Delta Reform Act also gave us guidance on the use of best available science, on performance measures, and on adaptive management. So I'll continue to move through these. This is the vision that was read in the introduction to this presentation. And I'm happy to slow down and read these again, but just trying not to be redundant. The current core strategies organized around the stressors, so create more natural functional flows, restore habitat, water quality, prevention of non-native invasive species, and the fisheries management strategy. All of this, of course, meant to be implemented in a way that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values of the California Delta as an evolving place. And I also wanted to note that the priority actions that we'll talk about today, the changes to the policies that we'll describe today that we're proposing, these don't occur in a vacuum. They're part of a policy framework that addresses multiple aspects of presence of humans in the Delta, so flood risk reduction, water supply, and the local communities. So example, GP1, mitigation and monitoring reporting program. So project proponents that are certifying with the Delta Plan are required to meet thresholds in their minimization and mitigation through their environmental review. The Delta Plan sets forth that requirement. Further, they're asked to demonstrate their use of best available science and adaptive management. And so the content that we'll put forward today, depends on those specific policies. The other is the maintenance of Delta agriculture and the protection of agriculture in the Delta. And Chapter 5 has two specific policies that address this issue. DPP1, the Locate Urban Development Wisely policy, and that's intended to protect agriculture from permanent loss to urbanization. The other is DPP2, respect local land use when siting water or flood facilities or restoring habitats. And I don't have the complete text in front of me, but there are sub-goals to this policy, and project proponents need to demonstrate their consistency with this. They need to demonstrate that they have thought through the development, the siting of the projects, and issues with adjacent landowners. And so again, we find these very important policies to think about as we consider the various priorities and changes to policy.
Thanks. So council members, where we are today is we're really kicking off a new phase in the process for the development of the ecosystem amendment. We're at a stage where we're starting to talk about the core strategies that we're proposing for the revised chapter, and we're starting to get into both the approach and the approach that we're proposing to take and how that starts to be shown out through policies, recommendations, and performance measures. And so these are, the list here is the core strategies that we are proposing be new core strategies in the amendment. These core strategies themselves have been pulled from the synthesis papers. So if you remember, we've spent a tremendous amount of time and effort pulling together 3 synthesis papers that really summarize best available science on these topics. These core strategies are important. We're not going to go through these sort of one by one today, but these are overall themes that we're going to be discussing throughout the day. Along with that, we had talked about this blueprint at the last council meeting. So there's a lot of different aspects to this chapter, and we are certainly taking a holistic approach to the ecosystem amendment itself. But there's, if you see the boxes that are up here, there's sort of the physical aspects, the priorities for what we see needing to happen on the ground in the Delta in terms of restoration. And then on the other side, there's the institutional aspects of it. So this is how it gets done. So the Delta Plan itself is intended to inform and influence and direct the agencies, state and federal agencies' actions for long-term management of the Delta. And that's where that sort of institutional component comes in, both addressing challenges in implementation and also providing a pathway forward to direct agencies' actions. So we're not talking about the institutional implementation aspects today. What we're really talking about today is the sort of physical priorities of what the vision of restoration is on the ground and how we start to achieve that vision. So we're really going to be focused here, and we'll continue to guide the conversation back to this box and sort of the targets that are under here. Chair Fiorini talked a little bit about the data decision series, and Steve's presentation is really helpful, and we have really been framing the work that we do over the past few months
sort of in this continuum of how we're taking data and using it to inform decisions. And so the panel presentations today that you'll hear are really a reflection of that also. You'll hear from the scientists and the experts who have been participating and doing the technical analysis as a part of both the synthesis papers and technical analyses that are supporting the approach that we're taking in the ecosystem amendment, and they're going to be presenting that data and the synthesis and the information, and then we're going to be talking about in the afternoon how we can use all of that information to approach the policies and the decision making in the Delta Plan. All right, and a big part of this, so in your staff reports, so today you have staff report and a whole workbook too. All of this information is available online. There's a lot of information in there. We're starting the conversation today and we're going to continue it over the next few months. But I want to draw your attention to page 4, I believe, of the staff report, where there are 5 policy questions for consideration. So I'm not going to read through the whole text. We're going to go into this in much more detail in the afternoon, but keep these in mind as we're going through the presentations this morning. So how are we achieving the Delta Reform Act vision for the ecosystem? We're going to talk about that a lot. How can we emphasize, and what's our approach on emphasizing ecosystem function? How are we addressing sea level rise and subsidence? These are really key policy issues that we're taking an approach to in the amendment. How do we leverage recovery and conservation plans, work that has been done over the past 5, in some cases 10 years to really identify multi-species targets? And then how are we identifying restoration and conservation opportunity regions? And we'll talk a lot about that too. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron and the rest of the panel.
Great. If I could just invite.
Are there any questions so far? All right, proceed.
I'd like to start with the first panel and invite Dr. Letitia Grenier, Dr. Garrett Plattenkamp, and Dr. Stuart Siegel up to the microphones. So we are committed to concise delivery of several presentations this morning. The first, Dr. Grenier will discuss ecosystem function and how process-based restoration can support the reestablishment of that on the landscape. Dr. Plattenkamp will discuss prioritizing specific attributes of these actions throughout the system. And he also has a few slides that really attempt to illustrate what this looks like on the landscape. Hopefully they'll be informative. And then Dr. Siegel will wrap up with a discussion of the update to a sea level rise map based on more granular data and discuss some of the implications of this analysis for the priorities that we've identified. So in the interest of time, I'll turn it over.
Hi, I'm Letitia Grenier from the San Francisco Estuary Institute. I can't remember last time I presented to you guys a year or two ago. And this is going to be about the same body of work. The Delta Landscapes Project was this foundational science that we've been working on for about 10 years to try to help support the kind of process that you're undergoing right now in the Delta. And I'm going to be talking about process-based restoration, which I think was really well introduced in the discussion this morning. So thank you for the great setup. Next slide. There we go, thank you. Okay, so I think the vision that Jessica read was a great setup for why is SFEI why did we come forward with this really big, long-term, large geographic scale plan that isn't just about fish, but is about actually restoring the full ecosystem of the Delta and thinking about a lot of the different functions that used to occur here and could occur here more in the future. and trying to have that very holistic approach. And so in order to tackle that big mandate, we thought about what are the functions in the Delta that should be restored? What kinds of wildlife do we want to support? What does the food web need to be doing? What are the processes that create and maintain those functions? And so that's a lot of what process-based restoration is about. It's about not putting a static habitat in a place and expecting it to stay forever. It's about putting the process in place that creates and maintains that habitat. And in the Delta, a lot of that is flooding. A lot of that is the land-water connection. I'll show you a couple of slides to remind you of the change that's happened in the Delta. But putting the water back on the land, the process of flooding moves materials and energy and animals and plants around, and that's actually the basis, the process that then can create the habitat and then the functions we want, including food web, production of wildlife, and also lots of ecosystem services for people. So that's something that, you know, taking this holistic approach, we can think more about those ecosystem services. How do we create resilience in the landscape? And that's very relevant to one of the policy questions the other Jessica just brought up about subsidence and sea level rise. We want to be thinking about our ecosystems as resilient and also less expensive to maintain than some of the highly managed systems that are going to require ongoing maintenance into the future. And a lot of our work is thinking about how do the different pieces of what we can do add up to something more than the parts. So a term I heard recently in thinking about restoration was random acts of restoration. We don't want to be doing random acts of restoration, and that's happening all over the world because it's so hard to do. It's so hard to find a place that you can purchase and then a place that you can get permitted to restore. But the sum of those parts doesn't add up to nearly as much as a plan where you've thought through using science, using actual data on what can you do on the landscape to restore the functions you want in this particular place at the large scale and in the long term to get back what you want, be it supporting wildlife, creating a food web. And the reason why that's really important in the Delta is we want so many other things out of this landscape. We have an agricultural economy and culture that we want to maintain, and we have these huge water supply functions that come out of this space. So we actually want to do our restoration with the fewest dollars and the smallest footprint we can on the land, but also providing that big vision of restoration that was read earlier. So that's the why, I think, that motivated the work I'm talking about, and we were trying to hit all those different elements as we went through this science. This project involves 3 separate reports, one looking at how the Delta used to function prior to significant European contact. That's that image on the left. That's basically the Delta was a big marsh. There was a lot of complexity to it. There's a lot, we could talk about it all day, but that's the main message. Now the Delta is a big productive place for agriculture. It used to be a big productive place for wetlands. Now it's a big productive place for agriculture, as Ron was pointing out. And so one of the challenges that was already discussed is if you're studying the place as it is now, it's very hard to understand how it could function in the future without understanding how it used to function because it's so totally different. It's a completely different place. And so the species that are trying to survive here evolved under completely different conditions. And so by understanding those conditions, that helps us set up what we need to do on the landscape to restore enough of those conditions, enough of those processes to get back the support for the wildlife, the food web, et cetera, that we're looking for. So the middle report was about the change that's happened in the Delta, and the final report was about how we can use that information to think about scientifically based process restoration in the Delta to create the functions we want. And I brought a couple of those in case anybody's interested in having one, doesn't already have one. So this science helps us think at the landscape scale, so beyond the site scale of restoration to that larger regional plan that we're talking about, emphasizes the processes that create the functions. And then also we think about benefits to people, benefits beyond individual species or a couple of fish species. And then also it brings in the fact that the Delta is the bottom of this huge watershed, right? So some of this we're not going to be able to control. Some of it we actually have to reach up into the watersheds to think about how to make change. And what I'll be talking about is large scale and long term, which always scares me to come and talk to people about that, but you guys are very inured in this idea that this is a big project, so you're aware that this is very large scale and long term. We went through a large science process to conduct this work with a lot of scientific advisors, and these are the key functions in the Delta that we came up with that our science is trying to support. So supporting native fish, supporting marsh wildlife, water birds, riparian wildlife. This is all through creating habitat and connectivity of that habitat that's functional and resilient in the long term. We also thought about edge wildlife. So we've got an image of a tule elk there for edge wildlife. But that's also things like the giant garter snake. So there are lots of species that we don't think about as much if we're focused on the aquatic habitats, but that also used to benefit from this wetland system. Biodiversity, making sure we didn't leave anything behind as we thought about these major guilds, and then productivity, which we know is a really big change in the Delta that's important to be thinking about, especially in the aquatic system. So a quick review of some of the change that's happened in the Delta. As I said before, the change in the process of flooding or inundation is probably one of the most key issues. So historically, there was widespread flooding. Essentially, the whole Delta flooded every year, and almost every year in different ways. There was a great diversity in that flooding. These floods happen on different timescales, sometimes twice a day, sometimes once a season. They lasted a different amount of time, sometimes for several hours, sometimes for weeks and even months. They were at different depths. They were at different times of year. And so you can see they created this very complex landscape of constantly changing food resources, places to hide, a really rich wetland environment for a great deal of species to utilize. And in the modern map there, we're showing the El Nino floods from 1987, so kind of the biggest flood we could find. The Delta floods very little. Now it has much less diversity of flooding. You probably remember this from our earlier discussion about this. And then on the right, those photos show the caged fish experiment between fish that were raised on a floodplain that turned out to be fat, the floodplain fatties, and then the ones that were raised in the channel that are very thin. And this is exactly the discussion that was happening earlier about the paper that John summarized. So it's just a visual representation of that. When you slow down the water and let it sit on the landscape, when you let the water flood, you start to create that process that generates the food web that then supports the fish. And so it's all linked together, starting with the physical processes. Another big change we've made is removing all the 98% of the marshes and the channels that brought the tide in and out of those marshes. And so we've used the analogy before. This is like taking all the arteries out of your body. You can have, or the capillaries out of your body. You leave the big blood vessels, but you take all the capillaries out, you're going to lose all your muscles and organs. And this is essentially what's happened in the Delta. So the large waterways are left. They're actually overconnected compared to how they were before. And that's changed the Delta from what was essentially a big marsh with the tide flowing in and out to more of a lake-like system. And this is the reason that species that were evolved to live in a marsh are feeling challenged, and species that are really great at living in a lake have invaded and become very successful. So I think this helps us at the high conceptual level think about changes we can make on the land to create a system that more advantages our native species, and hopefully won't have to be super highly managed to keep those species going, that we can use natural processes, more natural type habitats to favor native species over non-natives. And then another visualization, and this is the 98% loss of marsh that's happened. The Delta essentially used to be a very big marsh, most of it tidal, a little bit of it non-tidal. That very special marsh that John was talking about earlier, which is a freshwater tidal marsh, pretty rare in the world and not well studied. What we do know is that the patch sizes now, at my age, I'm having a hard time seeing the patches on the screen in the modern marshes of the Delta. But there are patches there, and what the graph shows on the right is that they are much smaller than the historical patches. And we know from data, the data here are about black rails, a state-threatened marsh bird, that shows that we don't get the same densities of wildlife in these small marsh patches that we get in the larger marsh patches. So there's something functionally different about having big patches of marsh and having them be connected to each other that's going to help support the wildlife populations we want to get back. So the work that we've done has been factored into and provided a foundation for a lot of planning processes in the Delta recently, supported work on the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment that you're going to be hearing about today. We've also fed this work into the draft Delta Conservation Framework, which is, as you know, California Fish and Wildlife's long-term plan after Eco-Restore ends. And then also several regional planning processes. I think most notably the Central Delta Corridor Partnership, and I'll show you some slides from that, but we're also working on McCormick-Williamson Tract, and we've helped out with some other things. And we've also provided science advice for the voluntary settlement agreements. And the reason I bring that up is partly to show that this science is getting incorporated in many ways, but a lot of it is to say that we are trying our best at SFEI to make this very coordinated. So all of the recommendations we give and science advice we give is based on the same body of science from this long-term project, and also from the same GIS layers, trying to have discussions that are very consistent so that as the different projects move forward in the Delta, where they are requesting information from us, we're providing a very consistent set of ideas and data. And I want to give you a couple examples of how this can be applied. Some of the criticism we got from this final report is it's so complicated and it's hard to figure out, well, what would you actually do with this? And so I'll just give you a couple of quick examples of how this information is actually being applied. So these are a couple of maps looking at, on the left, where there are 2 patches of large marsh right now in the Delta. There's only 2 large patches left. But in the middle, you can see with eco-resource, several large patches of marsh are planned. And these marshes, the example I'm showing here is, again, actually for about a bird and not fish. And the reason I did that was to try to emphasize this holistic approach that the Delta plan has. What really struck me about the vision that Jessica read, it doesn't say we're trying to support 2 species of fish with the minimum amount of habitat possible so they can squeak by. That's not what the vision is. The vision is much more holistic and broad-ranging to bring back the whole system. And so that's why I'm presenting this map about birds, but it's actually a very similar analysis for fish. We've done that analysis, and it'll be factored into the later slides I'm going to show you. So if you're very focused on salmon, you could imagine that these are salmon I'm going to show you right here. So here are the large marshes that we have planned in the middle. We think these projects are going to happen. And how will that actually serve wildlife? So you can do a functional analysis of the landscape to say, do I have enough patches in the right places of the right kind of habitat with the right kind of processes to make them resilient over the long term for a wildlife population to be successful using this habitat in the Delta? And the answer is not quite enough. These are too far apart. So these patches we're going to have in the eastern Delta are too far away, but we can, by knowing the biology of the species, we can say, where do we need to add patches to create the connectivity that's necessary through the Delta? So we think about that, and then we can actually create a map of actions on the landscape to create those habitats in the right places where they will have the processes, the flooding processes available to them to make them resilient over time. And this is actually a map that's informing some of that Central Delta Corridor planning that we talked about. One thing to remember is when I'm talking about the resilience over time, when we're speaking about marshes in particular, marshes are tidal marshes are very able to maintain their elevation with respect to sea level rise without any cost, as long as they have enough material to build themselves up vertically. And that's really important in the Delta, and I'm sure you're well aware of the subsidence reversal projects. So one of the things that we work on, not just here but elsewhere in the estuary, is thinking about how can we make marshes in the right places to both reverse subsidence and create land for people and for wildlife. And so the more land we have at a higher elevation in the Delta, the better off everyone is going to be in the long run. The more land we have where we don't have to pay for levee maintenance, the less money we'll all be paying. So I think there's really clever ways that we can place these restorations to benefit resilience in the long run. This is a map now integrating those ideas that I just showed you about marsh resilience with other habitat changes. It's probably pretty small, so you may not be able to read it, but it adds a whole bunch of other changes to the landscape that will benefit native fish. And one example is that they're hard to see there, but down in the lower left, there's some places where we're talking about actually creating blind channel networks. And those are analogous to the floodplains that you were talking about earlier. They create that high residence time of water that allows a food web to begin to develop that also creates places for fish to hide from predators and eat and get bigger. So if we start to layer on what do marsh wildlife need, what do native fish need, and there's a couple of other layers, all those different functions I was talking about. This is the kind of final layer that goes all the way up to edge wildlife. And you can see in the top right there, we started adding a bunch of different habitat types. When you have enough elevation, you get out of the purely aquatic and wetland habitats and you start thinking about those edge habitats and what needs to be restored for the biodiversity and other ecosystem functions in that area. So these scientific principles can be brought down to a very operational, functional level to help planners and on-the-ground practitioners make choices about what to do in particular places. You know, this ability to put polygons on the real Delta, I never thought we'd be able to do this, 5 or 10 years ago, but because we have the Central Delta Corridor planning, Central Delta Corridor partnership happening, we can actually see something on the ground. This was used in the charrette a couple of weeks ago where those partners got together and talked to the public about their plan and their ideas, and this was the base map that was used for that discussion. So we're getting to the place where this is pretty real, and hopefully able to create something very functional. Now, this doesn't encompass the entire delta. It encompasses all the functions that we're interested, but it only encompasses that corridor. And so these same kinds of approaches can be applied across the larger area that Ron and others are going to talk about later to fully realize the vision that was read earlier. I think that's my last slide. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, it's not my last slide. So just to give you a sense visually of what I'm talking about overall, here's what the historical delta looked like when the Native Americans were managing it around 1800 and before. Here's what it looks like now, converted to a lot of different uses for people. And here's what it could look like in the future if we're talking about the approaches that I was just discussing. A delta that's still agricultural, and yet it has these thoughtfully placed restorations that create functional ecosystem within the fabric of the agricultural landscape and also our water supply needs. Thank you.
Ron, what would you suggest? Questions after each panelist?
If there's burning questions, it may make sense to do that, and then...
Okay, Ken?
Yeah, Dr. Grenier, that was really interesting presentation. I'm wondering if you can go back to the slide on ecological functions provided by the delta.
Okay.
The slide?
Yes, it's just not, I don't have control at the moment, but yes, we can talk about that slide.
So if we were to try and establish what the current baseline is for all of this, I mean, where are we starting from? Mm-hmm. When you look at each one of these functions?
Yes, how would we do that?
No, how would you describe that? Where are we, like, if the scale was 0 to 10, are we at all zeros? Are we at some functional levels? Or
I would say we're not at all.
I'm going to ask questions to try and simplify this down to.
I appreciate that. That's fantastic, and I will answer at that kind of high overarching level. No one can be an expert in every single species, but I think I know a lot about the overarching issues. I would not say we are not at all at a zero across the board. Where we have invested dollars and energy and been successful, there's a lot of success. So I think the work with water birds is really successful. We know a lot about how to support water birds in different places, and that's working out well. Whether or not it's enough habitat for all the water birds, I think we would always want more. Riparian wildlife have lost a huge amount of habitat, but where we've invested, especially around the Cosumnes, there's incredible success. And that's also an area with rich floodplains. So it's an example that when we take actions on the landscape, we can get somewhere. Fish are having a very hard time because they are hit from so many sides, from the flow side, I think was already been discussed, from the habitat side, from the water quality and invasive species side. They're kind of at the crux of a lot of different stressors in a way that not everything else is. Marsh wildlife, in the Bay we have endangered species in our marshes, so that's all we talk about. We don't talk about fish so much. But here we don't have any endangered species. If we did, we'd be talking about the loss of marshes. They're 98% gone. That's pretty close to zero. It's 2%. Edge wildlife is something I don't think that's been thought about very much outside of a couple endangered species, and we don't have a lot of data about it. There are a lot of big things are certainly gone, grizzly bears, tule elk, wolves, that kind of stuff. But I think, there's science to do there to understand what do people want for edge wildlife. But a lot of these really unique edge wetlands have been developed and turned into ag, so that's going to be something to think about, I think, as part of the Delta Plan. Biodiversity, in many ways, is well covered because those individual endangered species are being addressed, and so people are thinking about garter snakes and riparian brush rabbits and kind of individual species that may not fall within these guilds well. And then productivity, we know, is a close to zero kind of thing. Not that it's zero, but it's so greatly reduced that it's really affecting ecosystem function.
So where we are having, we're further away from zero. Is that very localized? I mean, in just certain areas, because I don't know if Jessica mentioned it. I mean, I looked in the Reform Act, and just the area we're dealing in is the Delta. So are we any good news is just in very pinpointed areas and not
I would mostly
generally.
agree with that. The bigger system is not functioning the way we would like it to, in my opinion. In smaller areas where we've tried to restore elements of the system, we have been successful, especially when we've restored processes or when it's a more self-contained system. So something like Salmon is a huge system, right? So that's harder to address. But something like trying to restore a patch for riparian wildlife is a more contained system, and so we've had more success with that. Does that make sense?
So is the challenge the spatial area we're dealing with being the whole delta and making the whole delta functional?
Well, that's where I think we have to, yes, and that's where I think we have to use science to say what are the actual migratory pathways we want to target? What are the species and functions? Where can we best support them with actions? We don't have to do everything everywhere. We can be smart and do targeted actions in the right places, connected in the right ways to achieve the most value for the least investment.
Okay. Just one more question on your slide on sort of the polygons and
Yes.
the connectivity and the marsh
This one?
patches, the large marsh.
Mm-hmm.
If that's sort of a template, is that land that is available?
So in this slide, yes, because we try to be very careful about what we visualize. So in the middle, it's the eco-restore. The left is what we have now.
Right.
The middle are the eco-restore projects, and it's the darker green in the middle that's the actual marsh. The area around it is sort of a functional area that's connected to the marsh, so I'm just talking about the dark green polygons.
Okay.
That's planned for eco-restore, so I'd say yes, that's available. And then the slide on the right are all lands within the Central Delta Corridor Partnership, and so those are publicly owned or publicly financed lands that are slated to be restored. Maybe not exactly like this, but this is one of the analyses that has gone into the conversation, and then these two are more detailed maps of restoration opportunities that are being discussed by that partnership.
So then, if would you be looking, or is it the idea to duplicate this kind of changes in the landscape in other areas?
I think so. My guess is where you don't have so much publicly owned land, the footprint is going to look different, but this is so very much focused on who the stakeholders are in each of these subregions and how they wish to proceed. I feel like the science would be the same, but what the actual blueprint on the ground would look like, I could see that varying a lot by what are the needs of the stakeholders in each subregion. And also the ecology of each subregion.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, Mr. Chair, what I'm trying to get at with some of these questions is just how big of a challenge is the scope of we're dealing with the whole delta. And that's what I've kind of been struggling with in terms of the vision is I keep going to, well, what does that look like? And are we trying to do everything everywhere and looking at the Reform Act? I don't know. I mean, I think that's, something we can talk about, but that's a...
Could I make one comment about that? Sorry to break in. I think there's a prioritization that's being discussed a lot in the agencies, and so the North Delta Arc is very valuable for habitat. The Central Delta Corridor we're looking at here has publicly owned lands. The South Delta, as John was discussing earlier, has huge problems. Maybe it comes along later. But it does seem to me like as the discussions are moving forward, there's a scientific way to think about, and a social priorities way to think about what should come first so that it's impossible to do everything at once, and I think there is a way to prioritize and keep it manageable.
I think historically we've taken the all of the above approach, and because of the funding constrictions, it demands that there's a prioritization applied to it. But we're going to hear from other panelists, but I think we're going to ultimately adopt an all of the above approach to restoring habitat and ecosystem. Right.
I would just briefly add that I think the third presentation for this panel will be informative in looking at the physical realities of the landscape and the implications of sea level rise. So that may help with answering your question.
I had just one comment sort of to add on to Ken's about the ecological functions. I like what you all put together, but it's It's definitely species focused, and I would encourage you also to think about biogeochemical functions, physical functions, because some of those are very important and have significant, economic benefits, flood protection or carbon issues. So I think we should, in addition to species focused functions, we have productivity, but there's much more there as well.
I think that's a great point, and I hope that the overall dialogue in the Delta, which has been so focused on a couple of fish species for so long, can move toward what John is talking about and all these other ecosystem services that come with that. We would really welcome that, and doing the science around it.
But I found that graphic really easy to read.
It's just another one more bubble or two more bubbles.
Shall we continue to presentation number 2?
Yes, Chair Fiorini and Council. My name is Garrett Plattenkamp. I am with Environmental Science Associates and part of the consultant team to the Council. So, as Dr. Grenier's presentation has shown, there are many opportunities all around the Delta for restoration. There are different kinds of restoration that can be done, and the question is really, what should we do first? There's limited funding, as you mentioned, and how do we go about prioritizing? Because everybody comes with their own favorite project, typically, and we don't necessarily want to do random acts of restoration. I think that was a kind of a scary concept. So what we did is looked at this from the point of view of the science synthesis paper that we did on the restoration, as well as what's already in the Delta Plan, because a lot of this stuff already is in the Delta Plan. It can be used to frame this prioritization. So this just shows the synthesis papers. And the other thing I want to emphasize is that I'm really coming at this as a restoration practitioner. Even though it was a lot of fun and really interesting to work on the science synthesis paper, it's been quite a while since I've been doing something that exciting. I wanted to show some really recent pictures that we received from our client Westerveld Ecological Services on the construction that's going on right now at the Tule Red Tidal Wetland Restoration Project. And as you can see, there's a lot of earth movement involved. This is a big deal. It's a big deal that this project, which is going to be creating 400 acres of tidal marsh, is going to be, is going into the ground right now. And this is an exciting time because also the Dutch Sloop project, which would be about 500 acres when completely built out of tidal marsh, and additional habitats up to 1,000 acres. So these are exciting times, but also these are kind of like the first really big projects. So just wanted to show you some pictures to give you some idea of what's involved here. It's a lot of work. It's expensive, and as you mentioned, the funding is limited. And what you see here on this slide is the result of constructing an elevated levee, because we want to protect the adjacent land, which is on the right side of the photo, from flooding that might increase because we're opening up this area now for tidal action. And the other thing we see here is very gradual slopes onto that levee on the water side, which are down to a 20-to-1 slope, in fact. So it's very, very gradual. And the idea is that this would assist with sea level rise accommodation and providing habitat for the salt marsh harvest mouse. So just wanted to show you some examples and then talk about the text box that was already discussed by Officer Pearson. So I don't really want to go into a lot of detail and read that again, but just wanted to emphasize that this is really the critical part of what we're using for this prioritization. And the goal is a resilient functioning estuary that can support viable populations of native species. And the way to do that is also indicated there, is creating diverse, biologically appropriate habitats, functional corridors, and ecosystem processes. And that's really important in this analysis. So what we did then is look at what should be attributes that priority projects should have. Well, in order to do that, what we started with is say, okay, what are attributes that all projects should have that the council should be supporting in our recommendation? And those are that it needs to be consistent with the Delta Plan's restoration definition. It also needs to have the attribute of anticipating sea level rise and other climate change consequences. Needs to apply the right strategy in the right location, as has been alluded to earlier. It needs to employ the best available science and robust adaptive management. This is a requirement already in the Delta Plan. Have clearly articulated societal benefits, and as you can see in section 2 of the white paper that's been assessed in detail, what that means. What are the benefits of restoration to society? It's an important thing to articulate, to understand, and to bring to bear in our funding decisions. And lastly, we need to minimize environmental impacts. The more environmental impacts we need to mitigate for, the fewer dollars we have available to actually restore things. So then in addition to these common attributes, we have priority attributes. And to some extent, this is based on the Delta Renew document that was already mentioned earlier from SFEI. Just provides very useful guidance in this regard. So these prioritization attributes are to restore ecological processes, to be large scale, to improve native habitat connectivity, to increase native habitat complexity and diversity, and to contribute to the recovery of at-risk species as well as at-risk natural communities. So how do we use this? Well, our idea was to combine them, as you see in this table. And this is all in your workbook, I believe. It starts on page 37, where this very preliminary draft of our white paper is presented. So Tier 1 actions, which are the highest priority actions, would have all of these 5 priority attributes. And notably, they would be actions that would be restoring ecological processes. That's critical to come to the highest priority actions. Then we can identify Tier 2 actions that do not restore ecological processes, but can be large scale. And when I talk about large scale, I mean hundreds of acres, not smaller than that. And to improve connectivity, increase habitat complexity and diversity, and benefit at-risk species and communities. So then we identify, and I'll show some examples of these in a minute that might clarify. We identify Tier 3 actions, which are not large scale, but meet, and are also not restoring ecological processes, but that do provide habitat value as well as that they benefit at-risk species and communities. And lastly, the Tier 4 actions, which benefit at-risk species, but for the other attributes, they may either not have them or be inconsistent, which is what the brackets mean around the check marks in the table. So let me show you some examples. And this is a bit dark. I hope you can see this. This is an image of the Cosumnes River and the restoration work that's been going on along the Cosumnes River. You may think it looks fairly similar to the slide of the future condition that Dr. Grenier showed at the end of her presentation. To some extent, we're already there of what we can do. And the real reason is that the Cosumnes River is a river that has no major reservoir on it. So what that means is that that flood flows can be still connected to floodplains, and the hydrograph will still be relatively intact, meaning that riparian tree species can establish using that hydrograph. So as you see here, this would be a Tier 1 action because it restores this process of flooding and the functions that flooding provides in the system. Similar Tier 1 actions would be the projects I mentioned earlier, the Chile Red project, for example, the large-scale tidal marsh restorations which reconnect the channel to the tidal plane. So an example of Tier 2 are managed wetlands, for example. This is Mayberry Farms on Sherman Island. So we see here these are large-scale projects. They're doing subsidence reversal work here. It's very important work. Absolutely no criticism of that. But what we don't see here is this connection to the channel. We don't see a connection of the floodplain, or the tidal marsh plain in this case, to the channel, and therefore we're not restoring ecological processes. But we're hitting the other properties, prioritization properties. So Tier 3, here's an example of also Sherman Island, close to the image that you looked at before. And what we have here is that there's a riparian shrub has been established on the water side of the levee, and it's not a particularly large project, but it's and it's narrow, and there's no connectivity on the upland side or on the water side that would make this a long-term functioning system in this case. So we provide good habitat for species. If you're a birder, this would be a fun place to go, and you would see some really interesting birds, but it doesn't necessarily provide ecological functions in the long term. And lastly, Tier 4. An example of that would be wildlife-friendly agriculture, and this is an image of Staten Island. And Staten Island is an interesting case because it shows that this wildlife-friendly agriculture and managing the corn crops and other crops on the island to benefit sandhill cranes can be very, very helpful, very effective. It's a wonderful place to go out in January and see the cranes dance. It's fantastic, but it doesn't. It's an agricultural habitat. It's not a native habitat. It is not connected. There are no ecological processes that are being maintained here. This is a management system. So then lastly, restoration priorities will be varying by different regions in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. And so Table 2 in your workbook shows a number of different areas with the various opportunities that occur there. And I don't want to go into a lot of detail. This will be discussed in the afternoon by Brooke Jacobs, so I just don't want to get into that any further. And so that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Plantenkamp, any questions before we move on? All right. Oh, Ken.
Yeah, just back on the Tule Red tidal wetland. So that as a Tier 1, and it seems maybe I'm looking for some way to raise what the imperative is in successful restoration. And you keep talking about the connection and the connection, the land-water connection. I mean, is that, if there's an imperative to reach kind of the vision, I mean, is it that? Is it the land-water connection and restoring the ecological processes?
That's right. And I think in this case, and the project obviously was also done as part of the requirements of the biological opinion. So what we're after here is to provide nutrients. to the fish. We want to provide nutrients to the food web. So part of what we're doing here is restoring the aquatic food web. But also there's connectivity, all the way up to the dry land. So in other words, we're accommodating for sea level rise. And we're maintaining the processes that are required to keep fish populations healthy in the Suisun Marsh and in Delta in this case.
Okay, I just want to point out that that's so vital to success, and that we, need to kind of raise the visibility of the importance of that.
Yes, I agree. It's related to that water-land connectivity that allows these processes to take place and that allows the provisioning of nutrients to the water column.
So maybe for staff, I think, my comments are really about it'd be good to establish some themes about restoration and really, because it is so dense, it's hard sometimes. The prioritization makes sense, but it's really like, well, you have to understand why this is so vital, and we have to maximize those opportunities or we won't succeed.
Certainly.
And that's what I'm taking from what you're saying, is we won't succeed overall if we can't we can't improve those water-land connections, I think.
That's why it's our highest priority. It would be to restore the ecological processes that allow these connections to happen.
A pretty simple question, but how do you coordinate your efforts, Dr. Denier and Dr. Plettenkamp? How is it you coordinate? Is that something that is done here, or is it done in isolation?
Well, as I mentioned, much of our priority items are based on this book, and that's what she's been doing. So I think we work on the same issues, looking at it from a sort of a different perspective, where she's doing the planning part of the ecological planning, and we're looking at, okay, how would you be able to use that to set up priorities?
And when I think about the priorities that you've set up relative to our work, it seems very clear to me how they're connected. And the way I would describe the point you were just making is that our goal is fully functional natural processes. That's like tier one. That's the best. And then if we're doing something to prepare for a potential future of that, which would be the subsidence reversal, so we can get the elevations up to the place where we can fully reconnect natural processes, that's tier two. I hope this is
right.
Echoing for you in the different words. And then tier three is a smaller action that we're trying to take to help bring species along in the meantime. It's kind of an interim action, maybe at a smaller scale, maybe won't last as long. And tier four is that we're just fully emulating a natural process through a highly managed system. So we're still providing food to the cranes and habitat, but that's through a highly managed, much more expensive approach that in that particular case won't last as long because the cranes are on borrowed time in a highly subsided place. And so, I think the goal of all of them is to move toward fully functioning natural processes, but because of how altered the system is, there's going to be these interim actions you have to take and this emulation of natural process through a highly managed system, but all kind of on the same philosophical line pointing toward the full restoration of natural process being the ideal and in the long term the most resilient and least expensive.
Yeah, I just want to point out that there's no value judgment implied here. I mean, all four tiers provide when applied at the right location and within the right context, they all provide great benefits to species and the ecosystem. But our highest priority, we believe, is to restore the processes.
And I haven't introduced myself yet, and I'll just add a response to that question and introduce myself in a moment. Part of the response to your question is really twofold. One is what your Delta Science program does, and especially the Bay Delta Science Conference is a vehicle by which folks who work in this realm across all these different areas get together and share information and learn and understand how these pieces fit together. And that's a super important forum to make sure this coordination happens. That's where we learn, one of the mechanisms where we learn what everybody else is doing and how it fits. And the science program on a day-to-day basis is very much doing that kind of work to help facilitate that. And then also many of us work together in various ways, and we watch to see when Letitia's work is ready for us to do something with. And we pay attention, and the second it's ready, we start ingesting it. So that happens, and that's a much more informal mechanism, but that's part of our professional work that we all do.
That's helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
John?
I had one sort of, mostly a comment about, so I appreciate that adaptive management is a key piece in the common attributes. I think everyone's aware of the importance of adaptive management, but mostly we think about that in a project-focused way. And I think, Garrett, you pointed out these are some of the early, first large-scale restorations taking place. And I think it's important to highlight the need to learn from project to project and think about these early, especially the early phase restoration efforts as experiments, where we're going to learn things from Thule Red about is that connectivity really done in the appropriate way. And so I think really emphasizing from a science perspective how we learn as we go from project to project and incorporating that wherever possible so that we can maximize our learning from individual projects and improve the design or improve the monitoring efforts as we go is important.
Yeah, I much rather would learn from someone else's mistakes than from my own. So that's true. But well, part of this too is, and you bring up a good point. And so both of these projects, Thule Red and Dutch Slough, have extensive adaptive management plans, and that was required by the Delta Plan, in fact. And for the consistency, we did that. And I must say, though, that one of the things that can still be getting some attention that needs to be worked on is so how does this data then be distributed to the future projects? And I think, the monitoring enterprise review that is being proposed by the Independent Science Board, I think, and with support of the Stewardship Council, will be very helpful in bringing that out, because we need a system to learn from someone else's mistakes. And too often the monitoring data is really collected to satisfy a particular permit and a particular permit agency, and the data goes to that particular agency, and who knows what happens with it. So we need to actually bring all of that data to bear, not just by having people see that on slides and it being discussed at conferences, but it actually needs to be physically available to folks and to be used in the future.
Could we queue up presentation number 3, and Dr. Siegel will talk a little bit about sea level rise.
Thank you very much, Chair Fiorini and members of the Council. My name is Stuart Siegel. I am an adjunct professor of Earth and Climate Sciences at San Francisco State University, and I'm also the Coastal Resilience Specialist for the San Francisco Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, which is a federal program around the country of reserves. And I've, for many, many years, have done wetlands restoration as well as studying the effects of restoration, and have worked with this crew and many others over the years. What I am going to cover today is some work I've been doing on behalf of the Council to put some data to use here. And I really want to draw attention to what you just heard from Letitia and Garrett on understanding historical ecology and how that tells us what we might want to try to do, and on how we prioritize and the kinds of approaches we want to take here, because that's super critical. And so the information I'm going to present to you is taking a look at some understanding of the physical context of the landscape of the Delta and Suisun Marsh that can then be used to contextualize everything they've talked about, and how might you start putting those ideas into action. Where does the landscape give you what kinds of opportunities? And that helps really, I think, in the prioritization table that Garrett just mentioned, really helps understand how money that's always limited might best be spent, and deal with a lot of practicalities of like who owns the land, and can we do something that we would like to do or not, and the kind of time frame we're interested in. So what I'm going to talk about is update to figure 4-6 of the Delta Plan, which is the map that relates land elevations to the height of the tides, and therefore what you might be able to do with the landscape. So that's why I have tides, terrain, sea level rise, and restoration potential, and obviously bringing in there are the latest understandings of sea level rise and how that can be plugged into this picture of how to look at the future and actions in the ecosystem in the Delta. So what I will say is, why do we need a new map? Is first question. You already have one in the Delta plan. What needs to be changed? And the answer to that is because everything that you've just heard about is a relationship between the elevation of the land and where the tides go when they go up and they go down, high and low tide today and in the future, that the information that has been used for the past bit more than 10 years was work I did in one evening for the Delta Vision to try to get a sense of what are the height of the tides in the Delta. And at that time, we had almost no data. And so I pulled together the data we had and recognized its extremely limited utility and said, well, here's the height of the tides in 3 different parts of the Delta and in Suisun, and it's the best we got, and it's not very good, and that's been in use for the past 10 years or so. And it, as a consequence, introduces a lot of uncertainty into what the tidal elevations are of lands behind dikes right now. So what is your potential, if you flooded these lands, what would you get? Would it be subtidal, shallow intertidal, uplands, floodplains, so forth? So that's on the picture on the map. That's what we had, and we had a total of 4 different regions of Suisun and the Delta where we had individual and different range of the tides from high tide to low tide. And shortly after we got that done, I worked with the Department of Water Resources to say, well, what can we do to improve this data? And we got started back in 2008 and spent about a year and a half to do analyzing all the tide data from DWR and USGS in the Delta, and then do some modeling to get a sense of how can we better understand the tides in the system. And we did a little bit of work on that, but realized we had a lot more to do. And the map on the right takes that work that was done, that we finished about 2010, and puts it into a much more nuanced understanding of the tides in the Delta. So on the left, when we had a total of 4 different areas of tides in the Delta and Suisun, we now have 17. And fundamentally, the big difference really is that as you head up towards the mouth of the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin rivers, as you go up there, eventually the tides go down to 0. And because you have rivers, the tides actually go up as the river flows enter. And so you have a diminishing tide range, and the whole thing climbs up in elevation relative to the land. And that's, if you look at the map on the right, we try to color things with a heat map so that, for example, that red as you get to the north towards Sacramento demonstrates that is about a foot of tide range, and it sits much higher up in the landscape than if you're down at Sherman Island, the western edge of the Delta, for example. And this has very significant implications for your restoration planning and what you might get if you take a piece of land and try to restore it. And this work is still incomplete, but it's the best we have right now. And then the second part is you drop this data on top of the landscape elevations. And the next slide is, as a scientist, we will always tell you it's never as simple as you'd like it to be. And one of the things that we learned with Department of Water Resources, who analyzed a significant amount of data, was that the operations of in-delta structures over different times of the year can have a very significant effect on the tides in the Delta. So you have head of Old River, you have Delta Cross Channel, you have South Delta Temporary Barriers. They each have a seasonal component to when they are operated differently. And depending on where you are on the Delta, they can affect the range of the tides by about up to 2 feet. And when you're in a place where the range of the tides is 4 to 5 feet, that's almost half of your tide range is different one time a year versus a different time of year. And there's no simple solution of how we tackle that. So what we've chosen to do for the map is use the version that takes all the data and say, well, that's an estimation and it's imperfect. And the alternative is to do 4 different maps, and that would drive everybody crazy. So we didn't go that route. But just so you guys understand that the consequence of just the in-delta water operations introduces unknowns, uncertainty that will affect everything that gets done and can be looked at down the road. For example, if you're interested in a certain time of year of conditions, and you could take that subset of the data if you wanted to. So that's the scientist and me throwing a few caveats out at you. So the next question is about sea level rise. And so what we've done in the past is said, the basic idea of sea level rise is that we want to understand what happens at the edges of the system as sea levels do rise, and what would that look like for ecological functions, for land use of any type for that matter. And we're lucky that we have recent updates from the Ocean Protection Council for California on projections of sea level rise, and those are updated every couple years. And the one observation on the updates is every time we have one, the numbers get bigger, and just keep that in mind. And I saw a great graph from the past of early predictions versus current, and there's always uncertainty, but everything climbs upwards in time. So what the Ocean Protection Council did was put everything into a table, which I find a bit hard to digest, so I took their data and put it into a graph. And so what I've circled, the year 2100 is the planning target, and the way the Ocean Protection Council considered sea level rise, they looked at two different factors. One factor are the greenhouse gas emission scenarios, and there's a whole suite of global climate models and societal response to climate change, and there's several different kinds of projections of does society have a low emission future or a medium or higher emission future. So they want one side of it is what is the loading of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and then the second side of it they termed in this concept of risk aversion. And others have touched upon this already, that the idea of risk aversion, and it's in your climate change synthesis report also, is that they said certain things that we do are very sensitive to sea level rise, and other things are not so sensitive. And so they take if you're really concerned about it, you want to look at high risk scenarios. If you're going to flood a major piece of infrastructure, it matters a lot. If it's where that field gets wetter for longer, then it doesn't matter so much. And so they use a risk aversion approach to it, and then those get combined together. So what we did for the purposes of the map was we didn't pick one, we picked a range here so we could show what these would look like across the landscape. So our low estimate of sea level rise for the year 2100 is a 2.5 foot rise number at the Golden Gate, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And that's the low emissions, low risk aversion scenario. At the other extreme is a 10 foot of sea level rise at the Golden Gate in the year 2100, and that is a high emission scenario and extreme risk aversion. And then one in the middle of the 7 foot, which is their high emissions, medium to high risk aversion. And I'll point out on the graph that to pay attention that the year 2100 is commonly used as a planning target because it's past all of our lifetimes, but it's still a number people can kind of focus on. But if you look at the graph going beyond up to 2150, which is what was provided in the Ocean Protection Council, it keeps on going. And so, and that is and the steepness of those curves are a function of emission scenarios and so forth. So if you look at the worst case of high emissions and extreme risk aversion, in the year 2150, we're talking 22 feet of sea level rise at the Golden Gate, down to, I think, maybe 4 feet under the low emissions and low risk aversion scenario. So, those are numbers that we're not going to deal with today, but they, in the back of mind, what we invest in and how resilient it is to sea level rise at different points in time. So now I'm going to cover the new map. So this is a draft, and I want to point out several features on this map here for you. And then on my next slide, I'll compare it to the current map in the Delta Plan. So on the left is a color-coded system, a legend going high elevation down to low elevation, and I'll walk through what each of these represent, and then and also where the current tidal marshes are. So at the highest elevation are floodplains, and so one thing that's important is the floodplains today can be in what we call the sea level rise space. So if you take the Yola bypass, for example, we've shown floodplain is above this future sea level rise, but in practicality it contains all of the Yola bypass. And so today the floodplain is all of that conceivably. In the future, sea level rise, the marshes, if you did restoration, would move up into that space, and floodplain would be more constrained. There's essentially 3 floodplain areas in the system: the Yola bypass at the mouth of the San Joaquin River and at the mouths of the Cosumnes and Macalamy rivers on the east side of the delta. So those are your sort of 3 floodplain, and these are either potential or existing floodplains, and that's how we've mapped them there. The 3 categories of green are these 3 different sea level rise zones, and so the darkest green is this highest future sea level rise with the high emissions, extreme risk aversion, so it's the upper range of projected sea level rise by the year 2100, so that's kind of an outer band of dark green. Then there's a medium green, which is the projection of medium high risk aversion but high emission scenario, and then the light green is the closest one down to the current height of where the tides would be, which is the low emissions scenario and a low risk aversion. So and then the key here is that Those numbers are all from the Golden Gate Bridge. And as I think it's probably been explained from others, that if you have a certain amount of sea level rise at the Golden Gate on a given year in the future, it won't be the same in the Delta. It'll probably be less. And that is a combination of the physics of the system and how water moves through. And the other thing that is the hardest to really capture is that as sea level rise occurs and humans respond to it by doing things to adapt, it'll change the physics of the estuary and change how the tides actually get pushed through the system. So what we've done for this map is we haven't accounted for any of that because it's just too complicated and there's too many uncertainties, and it would spend lots of your money and take way too much of your time to do that. So instead what the map shows is essentially pouring a flat piece of paper across the elevation of the delta for those future sea level rise numbers. So those numbers may not be reached at year 2100 in the delta, but it's to give a sense of where these areas are. And in the end, from a planning perspective, is land you might want to focus on trying to conserve for future ecosystem purposes 50 or 100 years down the road, or 25 years down the road, so that you will not want to have them lost for future restoration potential in the system. And so keep in mind that that's this really fundamental approximation in this, and there's no real brilliant solution around that, and that's why we have these different zones here. It just gives you an idea is how to try to tackle that. The next layer down is the black, and this is what is today's intertidal elevations that solve lands behind levees today. I want to emphasize this. This is not areas currently open to the tides. Everything is behind a levee today. And the black is areas that if you open it to the tides, you would have emergent marsh. And by emergent marsh, I mean marsh with plants growing, a plain of marsh covered in vegetation with channels in the middle, however you might restore it. And the key to that one, this is also an approximation, so the emphasis on everything in this map is the exact geographic distribute, the lines between one category to the next are always approximate, and there's a lot of subtlety that goes in there. And so there's not you can't draw a hard line and say it will always be exactly like this if you did something, but this is to guide the general understanding of the system. And so the key about this intertidal elevations is that in the delta, in a freshwater marsh, the plants can grow from a little bit below low tide all the way up to high tide. And what we've simplified it for the purposes of the map to be simple because there's a lot of complexity in there, that in the delta we've shown this intertidal emergent marsh opportunity as the low tide to the high tide level today. And so there's a little more nuance in there. And what you will see is that there's a lot of black up in the whole Cache Slough area, and then there's strips of black along the east side of the delta and down in the south delta. But the big bulk of it is in the Cache Slough area, and that just has to do with the steepness of the landscape, and all this just derives directly from the elevation topography of the land. Then you go into Suisun Marsh, and because it's a brackish marsh, there's more salt in the water, the vegetation cannot grow as far down in the tides, and so and Suisun also doesn't have a single salinity. The east towards the delta is a little fresher, the west is a little saltier, it's a little saltier in the north and the south. So what we've done for Suisun is to make the assumption that the vegetation grows from mid-tide level up to high tide, and that's an approximation, and it's a little lower in the fresher part and a little higher in the salty part, but that's to approximate it. And so you can see there's not a lot of black in Suisun Marsh either. And that's and I'll come back to that in a minute as well in a separate feature there. Then you move down into the light blues and the white, and that's areas that if you opened up to the tides, they would become unvegetated open water, tidal aquatic habitat. And we have basically three different colors there. That we have a light blue, which is only for Suisun, and that's the lower part of the intertidal range, and that would be in the bay we call those mud flats. And that's the tides would go in and out every day. At low tide, you'd have exposed mud flat with no plants, and then the tide comes in and you have open water with plants next to it. And then what we've done here, a little key thing versus the old map, is we've split out the deeper and the shallower subtidal, and that's represented by the darker blue, which is the shallower subtidal down to about 8 feet below low tide, and we picked that number based upon literature of approximately where submerged aquatic vegetation grows. So there's good aquatic vegetation and there's bad aquatic vegetation in terms of ecosystem function. And they have differences in how deep they can grow, and that's, again, an approximation, but that's roughly where you would have potential benefits and potential concerns for invasive aquatic vegetation. And then the white is the deep delta. That's anything below 8 feet below low tide down, and it goes down about 25 feet below sea level. And that's, if you open that to the tides, you would just have deep open water right now. And then last thing on the very bottom is I wanted to point out, and this kind of follows from what Letitia said earlier, is what today is tidal marsh and a few areas of what we call muted tidal marsh where there's tides going in and out. And as you'll see, there's some in Suisun Marsh, and you have to squint your eyes very hard in the delta because there's virtually nothing. And as Letitia pointed out before, there's two big patches in the delta. There's Sherman Lake, which is the western part of Sherman Island, and that was diked and was breached in the 1920s. And then there's Liberty Island, which also was diked and breached in the late 90s. And so those are existing, but they're not historic marshes, neither of them. And we have, if you want to go back to historic, then you got to work hard and squint your eyes and find a few red dots. There's a few wind channel islands left here and there, so it's a very low amount. So the last caveat I'll put into this map is that the elevation part of this work comes from aerial surveys of elevation. The data has various times it came from. The Department of Water Resources flew the whole system in December of last year, and at some point here we'll have that data available. It's a very complex data processing, and so there's different ages of data in there. And then for the entirety of Suisun Marsh, there's a huge caveat on elevation data, because when you fly, if you fly a farm field that was just harvested, it's bare dirt, you get really high quality data down to, the inch or a few inches scale. When you go to Suisun Marsh and you have 6 foot tall vegetation and it's super thick, the technology can't penetrate to the ground very well. And so there's a lot of elevation uncertainty in Suisun. And so the data might say it's elevation 3 when it might be elevation 1. And so there's a big caveat in Suisun, and there's no real simple way to solve that. The technology isn't there. You have to go on the ground with survey equipment to really figure out what you have there. So there's a big uncertainty in Suisun in general as a consequence. So I'll close by saying what's changed between what's in the current Delta plan and what this new map shows. And so the first of those is that we did break out the shallow subtitle from the deeper subtitle, because that has relevance to, if you open things up, what might you get. The whole Netherlands agricultural district, the Clarksburg area, and then on the east side of the Deepwater Ship Channel is in fact a bit lower than we thought it was relative to the tides, and that's because that really is a result of applying the new data on tidal datums. That area, the tides are higher in that area than was previously mapped by quite a few feet, and so it has a very significant change in that part of the system. The other really big change is Suisun is probably a lot lower than we've been thinking, and we did have a newer data set from 2014, and it really dropped the elevations of Suisun a fair bit compared to all the previous data sets. And so to the extent that data is more valid than the other data, and we did some analysis to test it. We have quite a few ground-based surveys from Suisun that we always use to compare and test these data, and it performed pretty well for the most part. So that tells us Suisun is a bit lower than we thought it was, so the restoration there could be more shallow open water mudflat than emergent marsh conceivably on the different restoration scenarios. And so that's really gives a sense of potential there. And then so I'd say, if you kind of, from closing up and linking back to the two previous conversations, is this idea of land-water connection. So Garrett showed Mayberry Slough at Sherman Island. So we can do tremendous work on managed wetlands behind levees. And we can sequester carbon in there, which is super fantastic. We can support sandhill cranes, waterfowl, a lot of things we can do there behind a levee, highly managed. If you open those to the tides, all that work at Mayberry Slough would be submerged completely. And so you have to kind of think about so it's relating what the landscape says it's like to all the choices of actions you might take. So you wouldn't do tidal marsh restoration where Mayberry Slough is, because you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't do carbon sequestration work as your primary focus on an area that is right at high tide level, because you would get some, but it's not it's not a huge potential versus a subsided delta island, for example. So there's aligning. I think Garrett really mentioned this. Is you align. What did he say? It's actually from the Delta plan. Is that action types driven by? Now, where did I put that here? The right strategy at the right location. Thank you. And that's really what this map tells us, is you have a whole slew of strategies that can be considered, put them in the right place. And if you put the right strategy in the wrong place, you get a different result that may not work, and the investment is not effective. So that's really sort of that key take-home message is linking strategies to locations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions of Dr. Siegel before we ask for public comment?
Yeah, I have a question. Dr. Siegel, I'm looking at your map on 35.
Yep.
Excuse me. And the legend shows land zoned for development. Are you familiar with any of that information?
So I didn't bring that up, but I've been working with the staff at the council to get ourselves have a very up-to-date data set, and what's on the map, on the draft of the map is not the current one because we just got it, I think, yesterday. So, and it was, I think, several months staff spent working to pull together county general plans, spheres of influence, a variety of data sources, and once we have the most current version of that will get dropped in here, and that will change things a little bit. There's a few areas that I suspect will change some. So and what we're trying to do in the map is, if you're the city of Stockton, don't put restoration potential in the city of Stockton because you're not going to tear all the buildings out and do that. So, that is the last piece. That's why this map is one of the reasons the map is still a draft, is that information needs to be finalized. The council is working on, and then we will put that onto the map and make sure that's as current as the data can allow it to be.
And the reason I ask is I'm a member of the Board of Supervisors in Solano County,
Yes.
and this, in fact, is my district. And the only development that would be occurring in this area would be a wind resource area, it's called, windmills. Right. I don't know if you're calling that the development or not.
Well, there's funny, one of the areas that keeps jumping out at me, because I know the area well, is along north and east of Collinsville. Keeps showing up there, and I look at that place, and that's definitely not a future development area, but I would imagine that might be a wind area, for example. So that's part of my exercise with staff is to, I just got the data yesterday, and there's a whole bunch of detail to it that we just got. So, I think one of the things that I think would be important is to decide how to show that on the map.
Right.
And, and it might be the wording in the legend. There's a lot of possibilities in there, but I think that's a very relevant point and inherently a complicated one that to capture on this map. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Siegel, and maybe this is for the panel, so that's really helpful, right strategy in the right place, get elevations, but is there, a water quality issue that affects ecological processes in the future, and if you restore and you have certain assumptions and you do something in the near term, is it going to work? And this is something I don't, I haven't seen anything on, but is it going to work in the future when you've got significant sea level rise and intrusion, and how do you, what does that functional ecosystem look like if the water quality changes significantly in the future?
Well, that's a great question, and I'll pick a part of the delta as an example to try to answer that. So, one aspect of water quality that's very important for fish, for example, is water temperature. And if it's too hot, you won't have fish. And there's other things that go along with high water temperatures. And there's a whole discussion there's a lot of work about water temperature in the system. And if you go to certain parts of the eastern delta north of Stockton, the land elevation is there. There's actually restoration, topographic and tide range potential. But my understanding is there's these several dead-end sloughs with 90-degree water in parts of the year. And so you might have the right land and water mix, but the water quality you would get there by restoration would support little to no fisheries, or you might support invasive bass of some type, for example. And so those are areas that feed in this notion of prioritization that Garrett was talking about, that you could do the work there, but the outcome you would get would be not what you're trying to accomplish, most likely, and therefore it's probably not a good place to spend your dollars. And that's what the prioritization process would take into account, those kinds of issues exactly, and use the science that we know. The monitoring data tells us what water temperatures are, for example, the science that tells us what is good and bad for fish, for example, and say these areas would be poorly suited even if you did restoration, and therefore the outcome would not meet your targets of the Delta plan.
So if we're saying that we need to incorporate sea level rise as part of the element of designing the restoration or landscape, so are we going to, how is there an increasing salt intolerance from certain landscape, or is it a non-issue? You mentioned temperature. If temperature is going to go up, then that's not going to work. If we're going to have a different, water quality for that water-land connection, and you have vegetation that may not be salt tolerant, is that an issue? Is that affecting habitat? Do we need to recognize that in what we're doing? So I'm trying to understand the implications of sea level rise, across the board.
Right. No, those are very, very thoughtful questions, because those are critical to understand. And there has been a lot of work done to try to project if you had sea level rise and how that affects salt intrusion in the estuary, how that salt intrusion may or may not be able to be repelled, for example, how much water it would take to accomplish that, what the temperature of that water that reaches into the system. Part of climate change is not just sea level rise, but is rising ocean surface temperatures. And so if what comes in the Golden Gate is warmer, what reaches the delta is that much warmer. And how that plays into the picture. So when you spread things across, if you look at much of the edge of the delta, because it's so flat, when you move the tides across there, you have a lot of shallow water and the sun, and you'll have a lot of very hot water. And so that really plays into making projections. If you're doing restoration planning, the understanding those future conditions, not just water levels, but water quality and all these aspects that pertain to the resources and the processes and functions you're trying to protect and achieve and restore, that goes into the technical analysis to say this makes sense today and it should make sense in the future. And when you do that analysis, some areas may drop out or have a greater degree of uncertainty of being able to preserve those benefits for a longer term with sea level rise and climate change.
I'm sure Ron and the team have it all figured out, so I'm just like...
I just want to say I think it's such a great question because it helps us not think of the delta as a static place. The entire system is going to move up estuary. So parts of the delta, the western delta, is going to become more like Sassoon, and that makes us need to think about our boundaries at the northern and southern ends of where you guys are working. Those are going to be the areas that are going to stay the freshest in the north and south delta. And so if you've got a function that's got to have fresh water, you might think about placing it there. You might even think about looking into the Central Valley for where things are going to move. And then put a function that can tolerate a variety of salinities out by the mouth, out by the western delta. And so I think there's ways we can think conceptually, like Stuart is saying, about planning for that. I actually think salt itself is a bigger problem for people than the ecosystem. A lot of these animals are evolved to tolerate a variety of salinities because they're living in a very variable place. We cannot drink salt water, so obviously that's a much bigger problem for us. So I think that'll be more of a limiter as our water supply system than ecosystem considerations.
Thank you.
Okay, I think at this time, is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment on this portion of the presentations? Then, Ron, I'd like to suggest that we take a break now. And we were going to hear from one more panel, but I think given the time, it's now 12:30. I'd like to break until 1:15, and then we'll resume and pick up the next panel. So we're in recess until 1:15. Thank you. Back, we are resuming with under file item number 7, taking up part 2 of the presentations. Ron, would you introduce the panelists?
Thank you, Chair Fiorini. So for this part of the panel discussion, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kristen Dabala from Point Blue Conservation Science and Dr. Brooke Jacobs from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're going to switch gears from some of the technical work that was described this morning and talk a little bit about planning and implementation, specifically conservation planning and a series of publications that was put out in the San Francisco Estuary Journal, and then shift to Dr. Jacobs' discussion of the Delta Conservation Framework and some of the work that's ongoing as part of that framework. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. DiBala. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, I'm Kristen DiBala. I'm a senior research ecologist at Point Blue Conservation Science. And Ron asked me here to share with you all our perspective on setting conservation objectives and our work with the Central Valley Joint Venture in setting a new set of conservation objectives. So I wanted to start with a definition. Where do I point this? Okay. So this is a definition from the Conservation Measures Partnership that defines open standards for conservation. And they have defined conservation objectives as formal statements of the outcomes and desired changes that are necessary to attain your goals. So the goals are the broad vision that you have for the future that you want to see. The objectives are how you translate those goals into something you can actually measure and track progress, and they define how you know when you've reached your goals. So defining objectives has really become standard practice in conservation, as it really should be anytime a strategic plan is being developed. But in conservation, a number of specific advantages have been identified. And these include unifying stakeholders. So conservation objectives are a way to make sure everybody is really on the same page and understanding what exactly you're trying to achieve. They're also, conservation goals tend to be rather big and abstract, and objectives are very concrete and maybe a lot easier to communicate and understand. And if they're science-based and really rooted in data, it can be easier to explain the rationale behind them and get everybody on board with what the objectives are. Having conservation objectives can also help increase your efficiency. So they outline, they enable you to develop a really specific strategy for achieving those objectives. And you can prioritize investments toward the conservation actions that will have the biggest impact on getting you closer to meeting those objectives. And then conservation objectives are really absolutely critical to demonstrating success. So they allow you to track your progress toward meeting achieving your goals, showing how much change has happened, and in turn, hopefully inspiring support from your partners, your investors, and your stakeholders. So defining objectives really has a lot of advantages, but there's still often some reluctance, particularly as a scientist, on the part of scientists, in setting out, a specific number and agreeing on a specific number. And as we've heard already today, ecology and conservation is very complex and dynamic, and there are uncertainties. And as much as we do know, there are gaps in information. So we need a way to set science-based conservation objectives that give us all of these advantages, but at the same time recognize those uncertainties. And so that is what we set out to do with the Central Valley Joint Venture. And the joint venture is a partnership of 20 different agencies and organizations, including Point Blue, that work together to define conservation goals and objectives for Central Valley birds and their habitats, including the Delta region. And they cover a wide range of bird groups that you can see on the slide here. And each of these has different conservation challenges, different habitat requirements, and different amounts of information available. So we chose to kind of separate into teams to address each of these different bird groups and define conservation goals and objectives for each one, tailored to each one. So I'm just going to do really briefly a high-level overview example of one of these for riparian landbirds. So we defined a goal of Central Valley riparian ecosystems having sufficient riparian habitat to support genetically robust, self-sustaining, and resilient populations. So that's our big vision. We had to make this much more concrete. So first we had to figure out what does it mean to be genetically robust and self-sustaining and resilient. And for this we looked to recent conservation biology literature, broader principles of conservation biology, and concepts like inbreeding depression and minimum viable population size to develop a framework through which we could define science-based population objectives. And then we had to figure out how much riparian habitat is sufficient. And for this, we looked to recent bird surveys, estimates of population densities, to get a sense of how many birds per acre could we expect, and work through a process of defining science-based habitat objectives that could support those population objectives. So this is a really quick high-level overview that skips over a lot of the details, but all of the details are published in the special issue of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences from March 2017. For riparian landbirds, as well as many of the other bird groups, are included there. And if you read through these papers, you'll see that we do take a slightly different approaches for each one, but there are a set of common principles that we applied throughout that I wanted to highlight. First is that we use the best available science, and this sounds familiar. We wanted to make sure we were including the most recent information, everything from bird surveys and GIS habitat layers to the broader published literature. We worked to establish transparent, repeatable decision-making processes for each of these groups. And part of that process was getting them published in this special issue, so that we had in the public record documentation of all of the data we used, our rationale, the assumptions we made, all of the methods are there and peer reviewed, so that it's all documented and can be adapted by other groups who are going through this process themselves, but also so that it's there for us to use in the future when it comes time to update these objectives. And then third, going through this process really helped us clarify the assumptions and science needs that we still have. So earlier I said that defining conservation objectives can help prioritize conservation actions, but it also can really help prioritize conservation research that's needed. So going through this process was helpful for us as well. And then a fourth kind of principle for us was realizing that we needed to think long-term, and we defined our objectives as long-term 100-year objectives. And doing that, so this is a way that we address the scientific uncertainty. So thinking about them as long-term objectives, we can still define short-term 10-year objectives that were just 10% of the longer-term objectives. The long-term objectives give us a sense of the direction our road is headed and roughly how far we need to go to get there. So we can go ahead and be working on getting toward that next milestone, those short-term objectives. At the same time, we can be working on some of those science needs and priority research. We fully expect that our scientific information will grow and develop along the way. At Point Blue, we're working a lot on understanding climate-smart restoration strategies and ways that conservation actions can have multiple benefits and work toward multiple conservation goals at the same time. So we expect to be learning a lot about efficiencies and effectiveness, particularly in the face of climate change. And as we develop this new information, we'll be needing to incorporate that into these objectives so we can repeat our decision-making process and refine these objectives into the future. So the objectives that we've published already are not set in stone, but they give us a sense of the magnitude of the conservation challenge. They give us all of the advantages of having set conservation objectives, so we can begin working toward them, but we can still refine them as we go into the future. And then just as a final thought, thinking long-term also helped open our minds to what might be possible. So people naturally tend to limit their thinking to what currently seems feasible, logistically, financially, and politically. But circumstances can and do change, and there are examples of large-scale, long-term conservation projects that probably would have been considered impossible when they started, but that have made huge strides. And so I think one important thing for us was to be more comfortable with setting ambitious conservation goals and not let current obstacles limit our conservation vision. So I'll leave it there, and thank you for your attention.
Sure, thank you. Questions? All right. Okay, Susan?
I was just wondering, in setting your objectives, I know that the joint venture is mostly, is focused on birds. How do you consider the trade-offs among the different populations that you're setting the objectives for?
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts come to mind. One is that it's not necessarily a zero-sum game. So I think that's something that's, again, it comes back to that mindset of we're very limited in what's available or what's possible. But I don't think that's necessarily true, and we shouldn't consider that habitat for one species is habitat not available for another species. More broadly, I think a lot of our, even though they are objectives for birds, they are more about ecosystems that they rely on. So for the riparian landbird example, we selected a suite of focal species that we think do a good job of reflecting the diversity of riparian habitat, different aspects of the ecosystem. And our assumption is that as a group, if we're able to bring these populations of birds as a group to our population objectives, that will be indicative of the overall riparian ecosystems being much more functional and benefiting far more species and, all the ecosystem services that go with it as well. Yeah. Sure. Thanks for the question.
Great. So I didn't say earlier, but I wanted to insert one slide into and build on Dr. DeBala's discussion. So if we could queue up the next presentation. So this is a bit of a placeholder for a future council meeting when we discuss performance measures, but this discussion is also important in thinking about policy and recommendations and really defining or refining the approach to achieving the vision in the Delta Reform Act. So it has relevance to today's discussion, but I also wanted to discuss, or at least put a placeholder in there for future discussion of performance measures. So the publications that were discussed are one set of many plans that are available for the Delta, and I believe I've discussed at prior council meetings that we're currently undertaking as part of the amendment work and analysis of recovery and conservation plans as is suggested in the Delta Reform Act. And there's actually, we're currently looking at 14 plans. And as we look through these and combine them, just a few overarching summary statements about this. They cover a suite of 121 species, and that includes plants, animals, invertebrates, and fishes. They're primarily focused on threatened and endangered species, but not all. So the Central Valley Joint Venture plans go beyond just threatened and endangered species. And they speak to the various ecosystems on the Delta landscape, so riparian, wetland, and upland ecosystems. The last point I want to make is that almost half of the species that these plans treat are endemic to the California floristic province. And so they're really unique to our landscape and the landscape that we're thinking about on a daily basis in terms of management and policy development. And so I think overall, I just want to make the point that we talk a lot about a species focus. We have a rich body of information that provides an understanding of conservation needs for those species. And when we take this body of information in its whole, looking across plans, it really sets us up to understand the more broader ecosystem vision and view of the landscape that we're trying to move towards from single species management. So, bit of a placeholder and some food for thought for today as well. So, more to come on performance measures in terms of an analysis that we've done of what conservation needs are for this broad suite of species in a more quantitative way in a future meeting.
Ron, there's a lot of focus on habitat restoration, providing good surroundings for aquatic, terrestrial, avian species. But underlying all this are a number of stressors that we've kind of not really talked about today. And I assume that at some point as we move through unto definite recommendations, that an evaluation of the stressors for the birds or the stressors for the fish will come into play?
Yes, we can explicitly treat stressors. I would say that one of the takeaways maybe from the presentations today, we've been focused on that second stressor and second core strategy of the Delta Plan, which is the loss of habitat.
Right.
And in a lot of ways, flows are also an important issue in flow impairment. But without ecological space on the landscape, without the habitats, the other stressors out there have an increasing impact on remnant species populations. And so I think fundamentally, we're really, without saying it openly, I think identifying that second stressor as the most important one right now in the near term, and one that the Delta Plan, at least for the next 5 years before the next 5-year review, should be focused on and thinking about. And given the changes in restoration policy and environmental policy that are afoot, this is really important to continue progress on reestablishing that ecological space and the functions that we talked about on the landscape today. So I don't want to say that we're overlooking other stressors, but we feel this is sort of the first and foremost one to be addressed, and we'll make sure that we treat that topic more broadly.
That's fair. Okay.
Okay, so the last panel presentation for the day, Dr. Jacobs, I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit about a more applied effort that is ongoing.
There's handouts of the slide deck at your table. Looks like this. Sorry.
No problem.
Please proceed.
Thank you for having me here to talk to you again about the Delta Conservation Framework. I've come before you at least 1 or 2 times before as this framework has developed. And so I'm going to provide a brief reminder of some of the high points in the framework and then get into a little bit more detail on how the framework envisions implementation of conservation in the Delta. So briefly, the Delta Conservation Framework was initiated by the department in response to the pivot from the BDCP to WaterFix and Eco-Restore. It was the department's intention to maintain or provide some sort of vision for conservation planning in the Delta in the absence of the BDCP. So if you remember your BDCP terminology, to essentially pick up the best of CMs or conservation measures 2 through 22 and keep them moving forward. So it provides a common vision for conservation in Yolo, Sassoon, and the Delta through 2050, so over the long term, although not all the way out to 2100. And something I want to note, and I'm going to come back to a little bit later, is that we took a novel approach in developing the Delta Conservation Framework. In 2016, in June, we went to the Delta Restoration Network with the help of the Delta Conservancy, and then initiated a series of 6 workshops those occurring just about monthly, where we brought components of the framework to the workshops where we had fairly broad stakeholder participation. We went through the process of vetting those products, and then we took them back, we edited them and revised them and brought them back to the next subsequent workshop. So in that way, we were able to build the core components of the framework with stakeholder feedback as we went. And so I think that's a really novel and really exciting component of the framework that'll feed into the implementation vision in a minute. So we did release a public draft in September 2017, and I'm happy to say that the final draft is very, very close to being done. We've been working with a fabulous editor and graphic designer, and we're just in the spirit of ongoing collaborative development of the framework. We're in our last stages of working with our partner agencies we've been working with all along to review that final product before it's done. But I would say very soon. So, next slide. So as a reminder, the framework does provide a common vision for conservation in the Delta. So the framework envisions the Delta in 2050 as composed of resilient natural and managed ecosystems situated within a mosaic of towns and agricultural landscapes where people prosper and healthy wildlife communities thrive. As you can see from this vision, the framework thinks about and envisions conservation in the Delta side by side with the existing land uses and existing communities that are in the Delta. And it thinks carefully about how to work with both of those together moving forward. And it does this, there are 3 broad themes in the Delta Conservation Framework, and we have a series of 7 goals within those, and then nested strategies and objectives along a lot of the lines of what the earlier presentation talked about to lay out in a little bit more detail how conservation can move forward and how we can check in on it progressively over time. So I'm going to go through those broad themes and goals now as a reminder. So the first theme that the Delta Conservation Framework deals with is people and place. We have 3 goals nested within this theme. Goal A talks about stakeholder communication, the importance of socioeconomic considerations. Goal B talks about the need for public education and state and national outreach campaigns. And Goal C talks about the possibility of multi-benefit conservation solutions. The next broad theme speaks to the need to conduct conservation to support ecosystem function. And this may sound familiar. It directly aligns with the work that Letitia Grenier talked to you about earlier. We used a Delta Renewed, which was the publication that she mentioned, as the scientific foundation for the framework. So as you'll see, Goal D is focused on improving ecological processes for ecosystem function. Goal E speaks to the need to conduct science-based decision-making and coordinated adaptive management. When planning and implementing conservation, we need to make decisions based on best available science, monitor those, and manage them adaptively over time. And the final theme in the Delta Conservation Framework speaks to facilitating the process of planning and implementing conservation. So we have 2 goals nested within this theme. Goal F speaks to the need to improve the capacity and the approaches for project permitting, to improve the efficiency of project implementation. And Goal G speaks to the need to secure long-term funding to support conservation and ensure that we have funds for long-term operations and maintenance of these projects. So the Delta Conservation Framework speaks to, or looks ahead and speaks to the need to move conservation planning and implementation forward in the Delta. So I'll just go over briefly how the way forward that the framework envisions for conservation. So the framework has these 7 overarching landscape scale goals, and it talks about 2 different ways that projects could move forward. So the gold standard that the conservation sets is development of regional conservation strategies. So these are taking smaller portions of the Delta and taking a regional approach using regional expertise to plan where conservation makes sense and help implement those projects, incorporating a wide variety of stakeholders. And the framework also points to implementation of individual projects. So it's entirely possible to implement individual conservation projects in areas that don't have these regional strategies in place. And in that case, the framework encourages planners to engage stakeholders, the local landowners, early and often in the planning process. It encourages those projects to align with all of the landscape scale goals of the framework and the relevant strategies and objectives underneath there. It also encourages project implementers to use the Agricultural Land Stewardship Group checklist that was developed through the DWR group, which describes important points for neighbor relations, working with neighboring landowners to make sure that conservation really fits within the landscape of existing land uses. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about these regional conservation strategies and what the Delta Conservation Framework envisions as sort of the gold standard for moving forward. So as a part of our fourth workshop, we brought the idea of these conservation opportunity regions to our stakeholder group. And we had a great discussion where we laid out lots of information that was available about land ownership, public land ownership, conservation lands, existing plans, all of the work that SFEI did characterizing ecosystem types throughout the Delta, Suisun, and Yolo. And we got out pens and we drawed on maps and we took feedback from all of the stakeholders, and this was the result. We came up with these series of conservation opportunity regions. There, as you can see, they include Suisun Marsh Complex, Yolo Basin and Bypass, the Central Delta Corridor, which you heard about earlier, the Cache Slough Complex, and then West, South, North, and East Delta. Okay, and so the framework itself, it's not a plan, but we lay these out as suggestions for, based on this stakeholder feedback and engagement and existing landscape of plans and ecosystem types, as being potentially good ways to divide up this very broad and diverse space to do this regional planning. So the framework public draft and the final draft include these what we call core overviews, and these are overviews of all of the different things that exist within these broad regions in the Delta, and they're intended to help do some of the background work initially for any regional group that might be interested in starting one of these regional planning processes. So we put a lot of work into these, and we're hoping that they can help tee off helpful conversations in the future. So they talk about regional setting and history, the planning history. For example, if there are HCPs or NCCPs in the area, the framework encourages any regional planning process to defer to the goals or targets in the geographic areas where they overlap. We think about previous and existing conservation partnerships, so groups that are already doing conservation in the area, opportunities for conservation, potential for multi-benefit projects, and then importantly, we look ahead to how that region might interact with climate change in the future and potential opportunities for adaptation into the future. So the framework envisions that that conservation planning in these regions within the Delta would be led by what we call regional planning partnerships. And these are intended to be inclusive and broad planning partnerships inviting a wide variety of stakeholders to the table, local, state, federal agencies, individual landowners, business owners in the area, representatives and experts in local agricultural practices. We talked about how that's a mainstay of the Delta currently and will maintain in the future, to really get all of those perspectives and interests together in the room to overlay all of the different factors of existing land use and ecosystem potential and ecosystem types to figure out the best places to implement conservation. So you can see I have a list of different factors that we encourage the regional planning partnerships to consider and overlay during this planning process to help identify what the opportunities are given land uses and constraints in the area. And as Letitia talked about earlier, you know, it's very exciting. The Central Delta Corridor Partnership is actually a great example of a regional planning partnership that is already underway. This is being led by the Delta Conservancy, and it's a public process to collaboratively develop a conservation strategy for management and restoration of about 50,000 acres of publicly funded lands in the Delta, together with landowners, agencies, and stakeholders. And as Letitia mentioned, we had a planning charrette about 2 weeks ago, and we're looking ahead to another public workshop to bring a draft strategy and then a final strategy. And I have the logos here of all the public agencies or publicly funded entities that are landowners and part of the Central Delta Corridor. And this was really developed in direct response to a request that we got throughout all of our workshops to think about doing conservation first on public lands. And so this is our attempt to do that and really get something done and bring everybody to the table, importantly including neighboring landowners as well, to get their perspectives. So I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Questions for Brooke? Skip, how's the partnership working in Solano County and Cache Slough?
It appears we're getting a lot done, and you know, I was happy to hear about the stakeholder involvement, because I think I've expressed my concern about local stakeholders not being involved, be it local government or landowners. And I think, Brooke, you've hit on it. We need to have those that are going to be affected included in how we're going to move forward and how it's going to affect not only them, but the larger region. So I think it's going, excuse me, it's going well, but I think it's because, and no reflection on the state agencies, but sometimes it appears they can't get out of their own way. And local government being involved, I think we've shown that we can work together, and through that, state and federal agencies have said, okay, maybe we can partner with local government and stakeholders. So I think that's really the benefit that's coming out of these local, smaller projects.
Thank you.
How do you interact with the counties? There's other counties involved here and landowners. I mean, how does these regions relate to the actual landowners, stakeholders as such, or county governments, or do they?
So the idea would be that if an entity decides to initiate a regional planning process, and that could be anyone, we certainly encourage local entities to decide that they would like to do that and initiate that process. The framework encourages them to do really effective and broad outreach to all of those entities to make sure that those local counties where the region overlaps are invited, local landowners are invited. If not all local landowners can attend, some experts who can potentially represent their interests, so their expertise, local experts in agriculture, for example, would be invaluable and necessary. So it's really a matter of opening the door and doing a good job of effective outreach and communication to bring those people in. And we emphasize the importance of that.
Ken?
So just to kind of look at the goals in the framework and then the discussion on conservation targets, typically you'd say the target drives the strategy because you want to achieve specific targets, but the goals are much broader. So you can't just set a target. So, you know, how are we going to reconcile that? Do you know, and how do you, I keep going back to, you know, what's victory? When do you declare victory? Because there's so many constraints there, and it seems like you can't set targets without thinking about those constraints. And then how do we determine that we've met, you know, our goals?
I think the framework speaks to some of those constraints that get voiced frequently.
Yeah.
The permitting is too complex or too expensive or takes too long, or we need long-term funding, or we need to bring in local input. We haven't been doing that before. So it's broader than just conservation targets. And as I said, we're pointing to the same place that everybody else in for our conservation targets, but then we also speak much more broadly to process.
Yeah, which means both of those things have to acknowledge
difficult.
each other.
Yes, they do. And so that's the goal of the framework, is to try and bring those together effectively to really move forward. Yeah, it's challenging.
It all is.
Yeah.
Okay, would anybody from the public wish to comment on moving from vision to planning to implementation? All right, then panelists, thank you very much for contributing to this dialogue today and helping us to ultimately make some policy decisions on how to amend our ecosystem chapter in the Delta Plan. Thank you. So now we move on to Part 3 of File Item 7, and that now, colleagues, is when staff is going to ask us for some direction.
Yeah, so we've titled this section "Setting Direction with Policies and Recommendations." We're going to be switching it up from this morning's discussion, and we'd like to spend time in this portion of the workshop reviewing the blueprint approach that we're taking to the amendment, and specifically talk through revisions and possible additions to recommendations and regulatory policies in Chapter 4. We have identified the 5 key questions in the staff report on pages 4 and 5 for your consideration. And Jessica Law, Ron, and Carrie Shively are going to walk us through the discussion. A reminder that today we're focusing on the physical and the priority actions component of the amendment. As we just talked about, there will be a lot to discuss about the institutional barriers to restoration, the opportunities related to the institutional opportunities, and we're recommending noting those as they come up, and then probably parking them until the next meeting where we can get deeper into some of those issues.
So the reference material is number 1, the staff report under tab 7 in the binder, and then the slide deck that we've been drawing from further amplifies what we'll be discussing and hearing.
So I think with that, we'll just start the discussion because I want to make sure we have enough time.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. So we're going to walk through each of these questions. This is really meant to be a discussion for you and a way for you to ask your questions and for us to talk very openly about the approach that we're taking in the ecosystem amendment. So hopefully all the presentations from earlier today have been helpful in setting this background, and it'll be sort of clear where we're going, but we're all here to answer questions about the approach and sort of the direction that we're headed. So again, just coming back to our blueprint to orient where we are, we're really just sort of on this one box. This is a lot of information, and we really want to go through this in a deliberate manner to make sure that we're being very clear about the direction and the approach that we're taking. Already there's some discussion of how this work is going to get tied into performance measures. We've had questions about how some of this material and the workbook material gets tied into the narrative of Chapter 4. We're not at the point where we're starting to write the chapter yet. This is all sort of background information, literally the pages that will go into it. Okay, so again, we've talked about the vision coming out of the Delta Reform Act a lot today, and all of the approaches that we're recommending are, we feel, in line, and staff feel this is the recommended approach in how you achieve this vision overall for a restored delta. So there's 5 of these questions. We're just going to go one by one. So council staff is proposing that the ecosystem amendment identify and prioritize opportunities for restoration that go above and beyond compensatory mitigation and targets required by projects under the Federal and California Endangered Species Act. The proposed changes to the amendment provide a path to achieving the Delta Reform Act's long-term vision, up to 2100, of a restored delta that will require engagement and investment by the public and private sector. Based on the objectives laid out in the Delta Reform Act, is this the right approach? This is sort of a fundamental question. Are we taking the right approach in the ecosystem amendment by really encouraging an overall vision of restoration?
Yes. Next question. I found a way to drive conversation.
This may be the appropriate time to ask it, but how does this relate with the enhancement of the cultural values of the Delta as a place? I mean, I think that's somehow, I think a holistic approach is always to be preferred if you can find your way through to that. But there's a lot of, the whole thing that's going on in the Delta, leaving aside everything that we're worried about, but more importantly, the ecosystem itself and how it relates to the cultural values. If you can do that, I think you've made a big step in the right direction. And I'm not sure how to give you any suggestions at all about that, but I think that's important.
I think we've been, and hopefully this is coming through, we've tried to be very intentional in stating that the amendment does not view restoration as a zero-sum game. And I think you've heard some of the panelists say this, that restoration has to be done along with creating social benefit, creating recreation opportunities, ensuring that the communities and the people that live within the Delta are a part of that restoration opportunity. And And I think one of the synthesis papers addressed that more in much more detail. Maybe I'll let Ron talk about how we address that in the synthesis papers.
Just a quick summary. So yeah, fundamentally, just back to what Jessica just said, that this is not a zero-sum game, that we need to think about the linkages between society and the condition of the ecosystem. I think the synthesis paper spends quite a bit of time starting with philosophy, identifying sort of the outcomes that a healthy ecosystem can provide to society, and then linking that specifically to objectives and actions. I'm not sure.
On the ground.
So in terms of how we're thinking about operationalizing that, I think there are various ways that we can look at the landscape and vulnerabilities to population in terms of economic, social vulnerabilities, not physical, like sea level rise, and make sure that those considerations are incorporated into how we're changing the landscape and how communities have access to those changed parcels on the landscape. I think Dr. Jacobs' presentation describes how, in the planning context, engaging the local communities on the landscape and bringing these issues to bear when developing regional conservation strategies is sort of the mechanism where that would happen.
I just think that, when we talk about the ecosystem and the values, that people live in this place that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. I think that's really key in terms of how you approach it, and also how you are able to encourage their involvement in the effort that you're making. And to the extent that they are just part of the landscape, doesn't really capture what I'm saying. I mean, they're not just part of the landscape. They live there. It's their life. Whatever they do, they're in little communities, and large communities actually sometimes. But be that as it may, I just think somehow that the holistic approach to restoration in the ecosystem is really I think it's a sensitive subject, particularly when we're talking about the people's homes and places where they work and live, and I think that's just very, very key to how you approach ecosystem restoration in my book. I don't know exactly, I'm not suggesting any specific course, but I just think that idea has got to be paramount, particularly in dealing with the subject matter that you're dealing with right now. Mm-hmm. That's my thoughts.
I guess a couple additional things that come to mind. I mean, the Independent Science Board's review really asked us to take a broader perspective on the cultural aspects in terms of thinking deeper into the past and really recognizing a more broad presence than existing conditions culturally. The other thing that came to mind when you were talking was our open house that we held in the Delta. I think I participated in 4 or 5 really wonderful conversations with folks who live in the Delta. And the things that we were both putting out there as changes that are possible opportunities for restoration weren't different at all. And it reminds me to follow up with some folks about some site visits, but I don't think what we're talking about is inconsistent with maintaining the feel of the Delta, the culture of the Delta, and quite the opposite. I think there are a lot of benefits to having a more integrated landscape. And the other arena recently where this has come up, I think, is the Water Board hearings on the Water Quality Control Plan. I tuned in 2 days ago, and Delta residents are talking about the importance of having water in the system and having access to that clean water and the fisheries. And so I think there's a recognition of the nexus between a healthy ecosystem and the Delta as a place, and definitely appreciate your emphasis on that, and we'll continue to work on that.
Jessica, did you want to make a comment?
I mean, I was just going to say that, of course we will, because it's the law, right? I mean, the question is, what does that really mean in these recommendations and policies? So maybe that's an oversimplification, but I'm anxious to kind of get into well, what does that mean? Like, let's talk specifics. I mean, we talked about incorporating agriculture into our ecosystem vision and incorporating ecosystem into our agricultural vision. But I'm anxious to get into the discussion of, well, what does that really mean when the rubber hits the road?
Well, and I would offer an example of restorative actions that value the Delta as a place. If you look at one of the maps on elevation, and probably half the Delta is white. Those are deeply subsided islands. The reason they're subsided is because of unsustainable farming practices for 100 years. And one of the first things we have to do is to address, how do we stop that? And then how do we reverse it? That's going to have an impact on the landscape, but and it will change the Delta. But hopefully it will help prevent a massive, catastrophic, multi-island levee failure if we can get our arms around restoring the elevations behind those levees. So that's an example of one of the thrusts, I think, that's going to come out of our policies that addresses the Delta as an evolving place.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thanks, Judge, for opening that door, because even though we talk about it on the periphery, I mean, there are people living, working, raising their families, agriculture, and we need to figure out how we incorporate their needs and their interests along with the interests of restoring the Delta. And I often hear people talk about, well, this is a great elevation for this type of restoration. It may be a great elevation, but it may not be a great place because of certain things happening. And you want a specific Barker Slough, which is the intake for North Bay Aqueduct, which is the water source for 400,000 folks in Napa and Solano County. When you start creating habitat around pumps, it creates a lot of problems. Water quality, species takes. And we're looking at moving that intake, but it's $1 billion project. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we need to think about those sorts of things when we just look at elevation and say it's perfect for what we need. This isn't a blank canvas. There are things happening on the ground, and we need to be cognizant, and we need to figure out how we best serve the Delta and those that live in it. So those are the things that I think about, and obviously I represent a lot of these constituents, so it's particularly of interest to me. But it's just not Solano County. It's Yolo. It's all the other 5 counties. And one other thing I want to talk about is we've talked about publicly owned lands, and how all these where projects have been started on the public lands. I think that before we talk about taking any more acreage from private individuals, we need to think about all the publicly owned lands along with all the conservation agencies that own land. I mean, last count, over 100,000 acres out of the 740,000 acres are public or conservation agency owned. we need to emphasize that's where these projects should go if they fit the criteria. And privately owned ought to be a second tier. Am I making clear? I mean, I've heard this from some of the speakers, but I want to make sure that if you're looking for specifics, or at least the way this council member feels about publicly owned, privately owned, we ought to look at the publicly owned first. Why were they acquired? I would assume for projects into the future.
I think these are two really good points. The point about, one, how do you do restoration to make sure that you're addressing not just local concerns, but the people who live and fish and swim and own property, and there is a way to do planning processes where you're including both local landowners, local governments, regional governments. You're including sort of all levels. And I think the Central Delta Corridor planning process that Brooke talked about, and then to a large extent, too, the process that's happening in the Yolo Bypass and Cache Slough, where you have local agencies, both reclamation districts, counties, state, both regional and local and federal agencies working together to look at the details of these projects, like the NBA project, where you do have direct conflicts between restoration and the opportunity for restoration, providing water supply, and ensuring that you have a healthy community. And I think I went back to this blueprint slide because I think in one way I'm really excited that we're sort of getting to this institutional implementation piece already. That's where we're going. That's where a lot of what we're thinking about, and we really want to spend the next month having a lot more detailed conversation about how you get there. But how you start to implement these restoration priorities and actions on the ground is really going to rely on planning forums like those that we just talked about. And there's been a lot of progress that's been made over the past few years to develop those types of planning forums where you can get all of that local input. And so I don't think we're ready to talk about policy or recommendation around that, but when we come back in September, I think we can have a really detailed discussion about how the Delta Plan can start to direct that approach to ensure that over the long term, you have planning processes that are really engaging at all levels. So, and then a big part of that too is when you're looking at a region and you're looking at how you do a planning process in a region, whether or not you're prioritizing public lands first or willing sellers coming forward and saying, this is an opportunity that I see. I think that's where you can start to have those conversations in those regional planning forums. So.
And
yes.
Let me just finish on that. I'll be very brief.
Skip, go ahead and finish.
Okay. One of the favorable aspects of the DWR work on the BDCP was this thing called the ALSP. It stands for Agricultural Land Stewardship Program, and it actually had a good neighbor checklist. And so I'd like to leave this with council. You can provide it to my colleagues. But it was just a common sense sort of checklist in how we work with or not impact those that are involved in local agriculture. So I thought it was something of value that we could maybe consider making it part of that record.
Skip, along those lines, does Solano County have a right to farm ordinance?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I think do all of the Delta, Doug, do all the Delta counties have a right to farm ordinance?
I can't say for sure, but I would 95% sure.
Okay. It's along the same lines as this checklist.
Anyway, those are my comments.
So first I want to check, I have a couple of items, but first I wanted to check if the checklist that Skip just referred to is the same agricultural checklist that Brooke referred to. Yes, they are. I see thank you. Thank you, Kate. So, back to the question you just asked, I want to share with the council that the Ecosystem Subcommittee, the Delta Stewardship Council staff have been briefing the Ecosystem Subcommittee as they've been working really hard and toiling through how do you disaggregate what we're talking about into chunks of decision points that you can bring to the council without losing the big picture, but also being able to hone in on the particular question, on the particular chunk that you're trying to decide on. And so the slide that Jessica showed about the blueprint and the circle that she emphasizes on the physical is what this question is referring to. And I think your point and Skip's point is more on the institutional and the how. And the difficulty in any sort of, whether it's I'm speaking from my ex-consulting days, but whether you're trying to implement an integrated regional water management plan or repair a levee or restore an ecosystem, people often want to get to, well, how are you going to do that before they've agreed on the parameters of the design and what you're going to do. And so what I've seen in many settings is there's a tendency to go back and forth. And the engineers want to talk about the what and the design parameters and the principles and the prioritization and the safety factors. And the policymakers want to talk about, well, how? I mean, you're giving me this concept. Well, how are you going to do that? Are you going to include the landowners? How are you going to affect the people? And it's really difficult to isolate each of these chunks and get an answer. So my answer to your question on the physical part of, is this the correct or the approach that we would want to take? And to me, the question is, do you want to continue merely mitigating for the harm that you're doing? Or do you want to move toward the vision, that visual that Dr. Grenier showed, where you do have the people and agricultural included within a landscape that allows an ecological process to occur, and not every year and not all the time, but there's a dynamic that we're going to have to try to figure out. And so I think the question we're being asked here is the approach of going beyond mere mitigation. Do we want to go more holistic and go for that vision that Dr. Grenier presented? And my answer to that question is yes. The whole idea that we're going to have take permits all the time because we're mitigating for some harm rather than shooting for an end game where you won't have to have take permits because the populations are actually viable and it's a whole different dynamic. I mean, that's what I would like to move toward. So, yes, my answer to your first question is yes.
Yeah, Susan, you did a great job in summing this up. And, I've kind of been, because I'm on your subcommittee, this has been a real learning process. And I think where I've struggled, and you put it in really good terms, it's almost like the floor is mitigation for the projects. And then that's not enough. We want something that's more holistic, something that's more functional, but we don't know what the ceiling is. And I think what Frank and Skip, you've been talking about, I'm sitting here kind of listening to this and you're talking about, I'm looking at it as a facilities plan, but this is becoming more and more like a land use planning effort, and it's almost, and I'll defer to you, Skip, since you've got a land use jurisdiction, it's almost like a zoning thing. And, if we had a blank slate, you'd identify all these great lands and you'd be able to do that, but that's not the world we live in. Not just because there's not enough money to do all that, it's because we've got to recognize existing land uses, or how are you going to change those land uses. And Mr. Chair, you raised something else to me, is that it's not just the ecosystem, the ecological processes are not the sole driver in the vision. It's like, hey, we're going to be underwater. Do we want a lake out there or do we want something else? And I think it was, well, is that something else going to be restoration, or is it going to be viable agriculture or something else? And that's like the policy issue. And I think, the framework, the idea of setting targets in the absence of recognizing constraints, I don't see how we do it. And that's where I think, we got this vision from the Reform Act. And I've never opened this many times in a meeting, but it's like, these are pretty broad and not defined enough for us to come out with a plan. I mean, it's like, how many native species are we going to support? It's almost, but if we don't get the land use part ironed out, then, because it keeps coming up and we can't ignore it. I mean, you see what Fish and Wildlife did, is that's a central factor of their framework. And, we just can't plop stuff wherever we want to plop it.
Well, our current Delta plan, in fact, already has restoration opportunity areas that are regulatory and is a land use approach. So what we're talking about now is how do we refine that and build on it.
But, I mean, I don't know what that is. And we're rethinking the whole thing, I think. I mean, this is not, there's a lot, seems in the 5 years or whatever, there's been other thinking.
Our initial thrust when we identified those 6 high-priority restoration areas was to prevent any further activity until we had a chance to evaluate what kinds of activities should occur on there in support of restoring a healthy ecosystem. And so now we're at that stage. We essentially have said, let's stop further harm and let's evaluate what proactive steps can be taken, and that's what we're wrestling with. And I think those 6 high-priority restorations are still applicable. They showed up in some forms on all the maps that we saw today. But now it's defining, at the proper elevation for the proper actions, taking into account what's already there. In some cases, our activities are almost like urban infill, that you kind of have to deal with what's already there, and you may not be able to do what you want to do in a particular area. So it's all, I think the answer to question number 1 is yes, and it's going to morph right into question number 2 about going from mitigation to connectivity. So what's question number 2?
Okay.
Before we leave this, Mr. Chair, in looking at the Chapter 4 policies and recommendations and the 5 core strategies, under the 5th bullet, improve hatcheries and harvest management, isn't that where we'd want to look at, recovery of species instead of just looking at hatcheries? Is this what I'm hearing?
That's actually, those are the current strategies of the current chapter.
Okay.
And from them stem recommendations and policies.
But I didn't see where it talked about, improving species recovery.
Well, maybe I'm trying to think of the best way to go forward on this, but
I think we should,
in your chapter that you have at your place, your chapter 4.
Yeah, I got it here somewhere.
Yeah, the existing chapter.
Yeah.
In the end of the existing chapter, well, the way the chapter flows is there's a vision and there are strategies and there's narrative, and then you get into policies and recommendations.
Okay.
So what that describes is how the current policies and recommendations are organized. And those are all listed starting on page 148 of the current chapter. So what we hope to talk about later today, although I don't know how much time we'll have to get into it, are revisions and where we want to build on those existing policies and recommendations. So we do have currently recommendations that relate to harvest management and tagging and marking and genetic risk. So I don't know, but I think we should maybe try to stick through the questions, and then we can get into the policies and recommendations.
Judge?
Susan clarified my question.
Good.
I get it.
Good.
I think the answer is yes to this first question.
Okay, we're unanimous, yes.
That's where I
Okay, good.
And to the extent that you have a planner guiding you through this discussion, we're really starting this at the vision, right? In the planning process, you've got the vision, then you get to the alternatives, and then you start getting into the actions and the priorities. So we're still sort of, at this point, confirming the vision. Yes, we're moving forward with a vision for the ecosystem amendment that goes beyond mitigation and that is really looking at restoration opportunities holistically on the landscape.
And I can't help myself, but 5 years ago, the issue was how do we maintain the native genetics of the fish species? And that's why the hatchery and mark select fisheries were the issues of the day 5 years ago, because there was a fear that we were, through the hatchery operations, we were going to end up with a bunch of hybrid and lose the genetic purity. So that's
Okay.
really what that was all about.
All right,
And
appreciate that.
in the day.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Question number 2.
So question number 2, this is still sort of at that visionary level, right? Sort of main approach to what we're going after in the ecosystem amendment. So council staff is proposing an approach to ecosystem restoration that prioritizes actions that would result in the reestablishment of ecosystem function over actions that address single species management. This is a policy decision based on best available science. So for example, you heard a lot of that discussion this morning. Which would indicate that the council and the Delta Plan are choosing to take a system-wide approach to restoration. Is that the right approach?
Is that another yes?
Yes. Next question.
Okay. All right. Now we're doing.
Well,
Okay.
I think we've already talked about the postage stamp approach to experimental habitat restoration projects, mostly driven by mitigation, but it's clear from everybody that we heard from today, there has to be connectivity to be effective, and it has to be large scale.
And that's what the law requires, restore large areas of interconnected habitats within the delta and watershed by 2100.
Yeah. All right. Question number 3.
All right. Sea level rise and subsidence. Council staff is proposing that the ecosystem amendment take a proactive approach to address the anticipated impacts of sea level rise and climate change on the delta. An important component of this approach is to address how elevation loss on subsident islands can be stopped and in some cases reversed. How might priorities, policies, and recommendations better address this issue? And so this is more than just a yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. This is a bit more of a... Yeah.
Well, just to toss out one thing, landowner assistance.
Okay.
What does that mean?
That means that most of that's farmland, and a lot of it's corn. And to reverse land subsidence, there's going to have to be planting and cropping changes. And if it's for the greater good, I don't think, I think that those landowners, if they're going to reside there and continue to farm, are going to need some help.
So is the driver, I'm sorry, since it's a workshop, is the driver to avoid a lake forming in that part of the delta because that's adverse to the goal of ecosystem functionality?
Yeah. If you have an opportunity to prevent a train wreck, you'd like to do it. In the case of land that's 25 feet subsided, according to Steve Deverall last Friday, the Thule production on Twitchell Island that DWR has been working with to reverse land subsidence contributes about 3 inches a year. On average, across the delta, they have realized about 1 inch a year. So to bring a 25-foot subsided island up is going, I mean, we're talking about a long, long time. Will something happen in the meantime that may cause a levee failure to cause that island to flood? I hope not, but that's the reality of what's out there. And I think there is a recognition that we need to, just as we did 5 years ago when we adopted the Delta Plan, the first step is let's stop further harm. and then figure out how to implement steps to reverse that. It's not going to be easy, and that's what we're going to hear from staff in a few months about the actions that can be taken. But whatever those actions are, whatever those recommendations are, there's going to have to be assistance either through cap and trade or through the Farm Bill or from other sources to fund growers to adapt the changes that they need. They may become rice growers. They may become tule growers, but they're not going to continue to grow corn forever.
So is the...
On the deeply subsided islands.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at with on this is we're used to, historically, you got to take action to protect a specific species because they're endangered or threatened. If we look at the goals of Chapter 4, if those subsided islands were to be inundated and we have a lake, is that a fatal flaw that we have to avoid, which says it's a priority to deal with this, and that there's going to be certain requirements on the part of landowners if it stays in private land?
We're getting deep into the weeds here. This simply says to take a proactive approach to address anticipated impacts of sea level rise, climate change in the Delta. I mean, you can argue about that, and I think that's correct.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that.
I mean, I think get more specific you get, the more difficult it becomes. And it just seems to me this is a pretty sensible way to, a sensible approach. I think it is anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't know.
There's two ways to inundate islands. One is accidentally, and one is in undermanaged circumstances. So we want to avoid accidents, and we want to. I think my response to this statement is whatever we can do to further managing the conditions, the better off we're going to be, and to avoid the accidental outcomes of whatever the subsided lands would cause.
I think this where this connects to, and we'll talk about this a little bit more when we get into the policies and the recommendations, is when you think about the priorities for restoration within the different regions in the Delta, and there's it's table 2 that's in the white paper that's in the back of your workbook. When you start to look at the different types of restoration opportunities within different regions in the Delta, you aren't always going to be able to restore 1,000 acres of tidal marsh. And for example, where there's a big conflict with that is in some islands, for example, in the Central Delta, where there's really deep subsidence. And so that connection between land and water is really constricted. But there's ways to, those are sort of the tier 2 activities like Letitia was talking about, where you're preparing, the restoration activities are preparing it to get to a different level where you can do that land-water connection. So, I think that having direction and advice and feedback that yes, this amendment should be very proactive about addressing climate change and addressing the impacts of sea level rise and preserving opportunities for restoration on the landscape. I think that's really important to be clear about, and to the extent that the council's in agreement on that, that's really helpful for us to keep developing policies and recommendations and performance measures around that.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just going down a rabbit hole here, but what I'm trying to bring up is, okay, why? What? Yes, we agree on this. It's sort of the mom and apple pie. Yeah, but why is this important? Why are we doing this? How does it relate to the whatever the goals are there? Or like the chair's saying, is that if these islands become inundated, and I thought we were, and I think one of our panelists talked about sort of becoming a lake, Dr. Siegel. Is that something, is that the headline? I'm looking for headlines. I'm not looking just for a way for somebody with a covered action to come in and know what to do. We're communicating the importance of ecosystem restoration in this chapter of the plan. And if we have to raise the alarm and say, hey, I think as Randy said, they're going to need money. They're going to need assistance, or we're going to have to regulate what you can grow there. Then we have to have, there needs to be a driver. And I'm trying to, like I said earlier, how do we simplify this to say, these are the things, if we have to restore the ecosystem for these 5 things, if we don't take action over here and this happens, we're going to fail. If we don't, I was trying to get at earlier this morning is it a headline to say that if we don't maximize the opportunities for land-water connections, we could do all the tier 2, 3s, and 4s, but we're not going to be successful. And if we don't deal with the land use constraints, which I was trying to get at and say, okay, we know what the floor is. We don't want the floor. We want something more than the floor. And that's maybe what, we ask staff to say, okay, well, how high is the ceiling? But then recognizing the constraints and kick it back to Skip as a representative of local government. I mean, you've brought up the issue of, hey, taking private land off the tax rolls. That's not a good thing. You've got private land in production, just use public lands. It's all, how do you establish a ceiling within that? Because we want a plan that's implementable. If we don't have a plan that's implementable, it's like, okay. So I don't know. I mean, this is great because I'm kind of, every time we sit and talk about this, whether in the subcommittee or here, I'm learning something, but also knowing that, hey, we got to make this understandable. We've got to get people's attention. We've got to have something that grabs them. And maybe, I'm wrong. Let that central area of the Delta become a lake and it's not the end of the world, or it is the end of the world, or it's close to the end of the world. But, how do you get the decision makers to care about this? And if we feel that there's big drivers that if we don't do things, we're not going to meet the legislative goals. So that's why I don't want to tie us up, but I think everybody agrees with, hey, we need to do these things. We need to take this into consideration. And it may be how, but it's trying to give direction to staff on where we think the policy parameters should be, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think climate change, sea level rise, land subsidence are all areas of critical importance.
Yeah, I would agree wholeheartedly. I mean, I don't see how, if we've agreed that we want to focus on a long-term towards 2100 as a target, climate change, sea level rise, subsidence is occurring already, and we can project into the future how the Delta will change without any kind of restoration, and if we continue to farm, and how much, if subsidence continues and sea level rise continues, how much the probability of levee breaches are going to increase. So I think seeing, doing some modeling of how things would be without any restoration or with restoration might be one way, like you were getting at, Ken, to make people see what the implications of these are. I know I was involved with this project in Louisiana where they were looking at restoration planning to 2050 in Louisiana, and when they released maps that showed the no-action alternatives of what was going to happen to the coast of Louisiana without restoration, that raised a lot of red flags because the whole coast is going to be gone, and that it's a different issue there because it's existing wetlands,
right.
but
I
think something
that's
along those lines could be a way to highlight that the focus isn't on maintaining existing conditions, the focus is on improving conditions into the future.
And identifying what is unacceptable. I think that's where we as the council members can provide input to staff on that level. I mean, I think, on what are these, why do we need to do this?
Mm-hmm.
What do we need to avoid?
Well, and we're looking at an ecosystem chapter, but these actions aren't isolated to one chapter. Levee failures in the Western Delta have huge impacts on water quality and water supply. So it goes well beyond just habitat.
I was thinking along the same lines, and your question about how might priorities, policies, and recommendations better address this issue. Something that John just said made me think about the point that Stuart offered, which was the risk aversion factor. And so if you're trying to put bounds, if you're trying to have a ceiling or a policy that recognizes that it's not a blank slate and we can't, if you want to put the right strategy in the right place at the right time in terms of restoration, and you want to know your constraints, one thing I would point to in terms of land use is the risk aversion factor. So he referred to, you have greenhouse gas loading, but you also have risk aversion. And yes, the loading shows you what's going to happen where, but in reality, if it's really important to keep that structure or that whatever human development is about to be inundated because of a certain level of sea level rise, how important is it to keep it there? Or would the policymakers and decision makers affected by those, and those affected by the decision, be willing to tolerate a certain amount of risk and keep it there? Or would they realize there's no way, we're not going to be able to continue here in this location, given the implications? In some cases, that would be hard to put a number on, completely evaluate, but it's one way of beginning to find that ceiling is the risk aversion factor, the willing to tolerate the risk or just accept that certain things are going to happen in a certain planning horizon, and maybe the best thing to do is restore tidal habitat in that case. But to get to Randy's point, the council is not advocating that you just go and take these actions without, again, what Skip and the judge were saying about the people. I mean, I don't know if it would be the council's place to offer a particular policy about compensation, but it would be our place to point out that this particular action could have these effects, and one way to remedy that would be compensation or incentives for different cropping patterns or whatever it might be. But I mean, that's so far down the road from what we're talking about here today. We're not writing the chapter and we're not writing the policies, but I agree with you, these are things to think about.
Well, it's part of that vision. I mean, it's how far above the floor is the vision, and that's
what's really possible, what's really doable,
and what's the constraints. Acknowledging that there's constraints to meeting all of these goals, or just setting the conservation targets in isolation.
So do you have enough to work with on question number 3?
I do. We do.
Right. What's question number 4?
So I'm actually going to skip that one and move to this one because I wanted to go back for a second. There's 2 ways that we're organizing restoration that we presented this morning. One way that we're organizing it is through this tiering system. So Garrett had gone through that tiering system and talked about the different types of restoration. The other way that we're organizing restoration opportunities is through the work that CDFW has done on the conservation framework and identifying these conservation restoration opportunity areas. we are not at this point, nor I think have we talked about whether or not we intend to, but this is where we're looking for your input and feedback. We're not talking about prioritizing one opportunity region over another. The policies and the recommendations that we're proposing right now are simply just identifying that these are different regions within the Delta that have very different needs, different constituents, and that regional planning processes, it's important to do that at this scale. So we're not saying that you prioritize restoration in the South Delta versus the North Delta, or West versus Sassoon Marsh and Yellow Bypass. In the same way, we're not saying that you're prioritizing Tier 1 over Tier 4. We're saying that there is a suite of opportunities within all of these tiers. And so that's where we are right now with the policies and the recommendations. We're not prioritizing within those tiers or within those restoration opportunity areas. But we are identifying those regions. So that's what this question is about. So we are proposing that the ecosystem amendment uses the COREs, the conservation opportunity regions, as described in CDFW's conservation framework, as a common framework for discussing regional opportunities. It allows for more integrated planning and a broader suite. Sorry, I can't read from the screen.
Is that on page 27 of the
Yep.
staff report?
Skip one, because we're actually going to go back. Yeah, so it's slide number 49.
Okay, slide number 49.
So we feel this approach allows for more integrated planning and a broader suite of approaches and opportunities to be considered for ecosystem restoration. It's a shift from the approach in the current chapter adopted in 2013 that only identifies the priority habitat areas. By refining the opportunity areas, the council can provide direction and identify priority actions and attributes over a contiguous area in the Delta. Is this the right approach? Okay. Questions, comments?
That's good, though. That drives conversation. Just yes. Let your yes be yes and your no be no.
Well, let me follow his yes.
All right.
And then when we're looking at these opportunity areas, we're also going to be looking at the work that's already being done, obviously, like the YOLO bypass area and all the work that has already been done, because that's some pretty good work that can be built on.
And it's our intent, and this is where next month we'll start to get into the implementation and the institutional side, but staff's approach at this point is to both recognize and encourage that kind of work, because it's really good, it's effective, it's identifying constraints and opportunities that are on the ground, and it's creating some really good dialogue that's getting to some good results. Okay. So we're going to go back one slide quickly. So
we're finished with 5.
We're finished with
okay.
5.
Last one, number 4.
Last one. So this is where we start to talk about targets, right? So we're getting into a little bit more detail here. But what we're proposing is that the ecosystem amendment build on the recovery and restoration targets that have been established through the other peer-reviewed and public processes and some of the finalized recovery and conservation plans. By leveraging this work from completed processes, we will propose long-term targets, so this would be in performance measures, that would establish objectives for restoration and that are inclusive of existing efforts. Is this the right approach? Okay. So this is where we'll come back with more detail on performance measures that would be related to targets at probably the next meeting, if not October.
And just to Council Member Weinberg's question about constraints, I hope it's evident given Dr. Siegel's presentation that we're absolutely focused on constraints from the physical side of the landscape, the discussion on land use, the land use planning data set that we just received yesterday. So that's sort of the framework for understanding what lands are slated for development. I mean, that is a key part of constraining parts of the landscape. And then, of course, the constraints that would come through the regional planning processes that bring to bear the cultural aspects and the infrastructure that supports agriculture, the real detailed things on the landscape that aren't easy to map or quantify. That's part of understanding what's possible out there as well. And I think that part of the analysis has in a sense been undertaken by the body of work from SFEI and Dr. Grenier's discussion, and it's playing out in an applied fashion in the Central Delta Corridor process. And we saw some of the maps from that today, exploring the trimmed down polygons that could be in agriculture, could be in tidal restoration, or maybe in managed wetlands. So as we move to present on this topic, just rest assured, constraints are absolutely part of it. We can't pass the laugh test by just putting out species needs only.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, and I guess it's sort of, again, it's like you'll come back with something that supports viable populations of native, resident, and migratory species within those realistic planning constraints. So it's like number of species. That's kind of where, what I'm hoping the council can put some boundaries on is that, well, what do you guys think that means? How many species? We've met that test. What we're coming back with, we do have functional corridors for migratory species. Does that mean everywhere? Or how, that's the kind of thing. So I guess you're saying that within, these realistic parameters, we will do all that. We'll have appropriate, diverse and biologically appropriate habitats and ecosystem processes. We can justify that our plan does that. We've reduced threats and stresses. It's not that we have to reduce we may not be able to do everything, is my point. And so that's where, sort of asking the rest of the council is that, do we recognize that we've got these very broad things, but we have the ability to define those what meets those characteristics. It's, I keep bringing up, our public position is we're never going back to the historic Delta. It's something different. What is that? You're going to come back with something that's going to be what that is, and it's going to meet, we're going to be able to justify that, hey, we've created this functional ecosystem that does all these things, but you can't be all things to everybody. That's, again, I think at a policy level, do we recognize that? So we're not, that's why I asked that question about setting targets. One speaker, and then you had Fish and Wildlife Framework, and they're doing something else. It's like, okay, you guys talking to each other? And we're going to integrate all that into what we do.
3 thoughts. Number 1, the current ecosystem chapter does a good job of addressing what's in statute. Number 2, the difference between what you heard today is the Fish and Wildlife is focused more on process, and the Blue Point was more focused on implementation. So, or planning and implementation. So I was 2 or 3, and I forgot what the third one was.
But I think, Ken, to answer your question, the Delta Plan is where those different things come together. So we are balancing, setting targets, identifying tiers and priorities for the types of restoration that happen, and then indicating on a map or indicating sort of on that regional map and within those regions where those types of priority or where those tiers of restoration should occur. We're stopping at that level. So we're not, and then, and we'll talk about this more next month, but that's where you kick into the local planning processes to get into the details about, that's where the land use planning process really happens, where you're looking at infrastructure constraints, and you're looking at property ownership, and you're doing that much more detailed
No, I understand
conversation.
it. It's what we come forth with results in something. And what is that something? What does that ecosystem look like? And I guess maybe everybody else gets it, but I don't get it. And I don't know, maybe it's in the 2013 plan, but there's so much discussion going on about what it should be, the Peter Moyle and the, the PPIC stuff. It's just like, okay, what is it? What does it do? What species does it protect? How do we connect things? I don't want to take up any more time, but it seems that, the headlines are important.
This is the hardest question that we're all going to have to wrestle with, because we're transitioning into an ecosystem function approach and measurement, as opposed to counting fish. And that's how do you measure ecosystem function? We don't have really good answers for that right now, but that's
Counting
where
fish is part of it, right?
Well, it's part of it, but it's not. It may not be the best indicator, because it may be that climate change is a driver that is, no matter what you do, there are going to be fewer fish to count. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Talking about counting fish, didn't we forget about counting smelt? Because they were no longer a good indicator. Now we have birds. That might be a better indicator. I don't know. But if you look at heavy rain season and the bird population going up dramatically, and then if you looked at the other report where it talked about temperatures and the fish populations going up, fish population going down. So I guess my point is that it's like what we're doing, those species that we use to determine a healthy ecosystem may change as the ecosystems change. Mr. Chair, if I may just sum up some of my comments here. It looks like we're wrapping up. But we started today's agenda with our counsel advising us about ex parte prohibition. And so I want to talk to the issue of process here. There's a lot going on that you experts, Susan and Ken, who have this background, maybe understand better than, I'll speak for myself, than I do. But we're here to make sure that the public understands what we're doing. And so let me give you an example, and hopefully staff can help me out here. Under the policies and recommendations for restoring the Delta, I'm on page 148 of Chapter 4. The first bullet, create more natural functional delta flows. So to me, I saw natural, and I thought, okay, that's how they normally would flow. But that's not at all the case. I guess the operative word is functional flows. But then if you look at ERP1, the state board really sets those flows, and they're talking about unimpaired flows. So how do we make sure that what we write in our reports, in our final report, allows the public to understand these nuances between functional flows, unimpaired flows, and that's just one example. I'm sure there are many more.
Skip page 134.
Okay, and what is that going to tell me?
It describes what a more natural functional flow is, and the questions that you just posed, it offers answers specific to those questions.
And I guess then, how is that relevant to the unimpaired flows that the Water Board is talking about now? So are they the determining body? It says here they shall set the flow objectives. So if they said 40% unimpaired flows, that is what goes into the plan? Is that what I'm understanding or not?
Bob, could you pull the PowerPoint back up?
Well, to Skip's.
We have a...
I guess I'm speaking for the average guy, since I don't have the background, and I'm assuming folks that are reading this document, maybe not reading every page of this document, if they see these particular sentences, they have to take away what it really means. That's all I'm saying.
So this was actually the next slide in the presentation, which was to talk about these two flow objectives, ERP1 and then ERR1, updated delta flow objectives. And so the text is here. And at this point, we are not proposing any changes to these policies, possibly an update to the date. We're working with the State Water Board. That's not totally getting at your question. Your question is, how are you describing, if I understand it correctly, how are we describing the differences between unimpaired flows and functional flows, and how do we understand that terminology and describe that terminology? So I might ask Ron to explain that a little bit more, but terminology is something that we've been paying very close attention to, because there are a lot of terms that are floating around, whether you're talking about resiliency or reconciliation ecology or conservation or restoration. It's something that we're working to define very carefully. But maybe Ron can answer your specific question about flows.
I don't think I think you understand my point. And then the question I do want an answer to is the process that you've laid out here over the next 3 months. Are you going to bring back the final product? So, because that's been a criticism. The CSO was, you brought it back over many months, and people didn't feel like they had a good grasp of the final product. So in November, we'll have or October, a final product that the public can see, and they can weigh in at that time, or?
So about process. So today was really sort of the first day where we're starting to get into policies and recommendations. We're planning on coming back in September and October and November and basically bringing this back to the council every month and walking through the different portions of the plan. And yes, it is our intent to bring you the chapter, the full sort of chapter, but walking you through all the different pieces of this process.
That's all I need.
We are, we're going slow to make sure that we're being really thorough. So, to the extent that we wanted to bring all the background information today and really keep you and the public and the stakeholders and give everyone the opportunity to see how we're developing and sort of the building blocks of this element. That's definitely our approach.
Thank you.
Including remarks before I ask for public comment? That's all right. You don't have to have any. Have you received what you need from the council to proceed?
Yes, this has been really helpful. It's been a helpful discussion. We do have policies that are in the workbook. This is a lot of information. I think the information that we've gotten back from you today is exactly what we're proposing in terms of, your confirmation of the approach is exactly what we're proposing in terms of the policies. One thing I do want to note, and so, just spinning through these really fast, Dr. Siegel talked about the elevation map. Here it is. We're talking about updating that map, talking about the ability to update the map and the plan around the conservation opportunity areas. I think we've got confirmation and encouragement to move forward with that. And then the one new, we didn't get a chance to go over this, but maybe we can bring this back. If you have any questions about ERP4, we can talk about that a little bit more at the next council meeting. And then the other policy that I want to point out is including a new policy that would really identify these different tiers. So when we talked about tier 1 through 4, identify the common attributes, the priority attributes, and the tiers. And so we're happy to take questions and comments on this between now and the September meeting. From council members or the public or any stakeholders. We're doing a tremendous amount of outreach between now and the September meeting and working really closely with our sister agencies. And we'll come back at the next meeting and have more information about that institutional and implementation aspects of the plan.
Go ahead.
Well, I do have a question on the table. I'm trying to get to the workbook section 2, proposed changes to policies and recommendations. There They're on ERR2, ecosystem amendment changes. You note in red a potential change. Delete ER2 and or add a new policy. I'm having trouble with the and or. And we don't need to, I'm just noting that I don't know enough to decide whether I want to keep ER2 and add the new policy, or have the new policy try to address everything that ERR2 addressed.
Well, I think the idea had been that we were going to walk through these one by one and have those conversations.
Oh, okay.
I guess
I see.
it's kind of a judgment call now about whether we want to take some of that time now or whether we want to study them further and then bring those back at the September meeting for more conversation.
Well, it appears that there's a question about that, so probably bring it back, obviously.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we need to get deep into those discussions. The question is, do you want to take more time now, or should we wrap it up, spend more time thinking it through offline, and then bring the conversation back in September?
I'm going to suggest we refer this to the subcommittee and work with staff to bring back further distillation in September.
Okay.
That satisfactory? The workbook. Well, I think the workbook, we didn't go all the way through it, so the question is,
Sure.
What's the utility of it, and why haven't we touched some of it?
So all of the content that's in the workbooks, obviously the staff report's here, and there's some additional links if you're interested, and you have copies of the presentations. But the workbook contents, so section 1 is the blueprint diagram that we showed all the way at the beginning here. So that's, again, just sort of our orientation. That's our map and our guide to what, yep, so you've seen that a few times. Workbook section 2A is the proposed changes, and these are the policies that relate to the physical sort of priority aspects that we've been talking about today. Yes, yes. So those are the policy changes that we're proposing. And then section 2B are the associated maps, many of which we talked about today. So, the elevation map that Stuart Siegel talked about is in there, the current version, and then the proposed version. The current version of the habitat restoration areas, and then the proposed version, the conservation opportunity regions. And then we didn't get a chance to talk about levee setback evaluation areas that are currently in the plan, and then ones that we're proposing, but we can always bring that back next month unless you wanted to talk about it in a little more detail now. But that's heavily related to the elevation and the process-based restoration that we've been talking about. And then section 3, there's a white paper that's in there that's called Preliminary Draft Ecosystem Restoration Priorities for the Delta. And this is the document that describes the tiering system that Garrett had presented in much greater detail. So if you want more information about his presentation, I'd encourage you to read through this white paper. It talks about the tiers, the common attributes, priority attributes, and then the tiers and how those are broken out by region. So just additional information. And then, in case this isn't enough material, we have additional reading.
You have a binder clip? So I can put them on the side.
Yes.
Yeah, they have them at the table. All right, anything further to discuss on this matter? What we haven't covered today, we will get to in September. Is there any requests of the public to comment? All right, that concludes file item number 7. File item number 8 is public comment on any matter. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.